Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome, welcome, you beautiful biscuits. The flying diesel. Zemo just flies. He's so cute. Pull us out of purgatory and jump into Discord for a minute. I do believe we have a welcome to welcome in. Coffee needs to coffee. Welcome, Tyler. Welcome. You guys hop into the Discord. Please do not forget to green check them their rules so that I can reel you in offline. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. It is not automatic. It is not magical. I like pressing the buttons. Just let a girl live her best life being a button presser. Thank you. Please and thank you. I used to have a ballet teacher that would say please and thank you in that exact tone. It annoyed the hell out of my dad. It's my first core memory of someone being mocked. He would leave and my dad would just say please and thank you. Please and thank you. Such a repetitive point that I found it annoying as well. It was an interesting time of life. Please and thank you. Like when you're dealing with 5-year-olds, it makes a lot of sense to just please and thank you. It's pleasant sounding until you really, really think about it. As per probably most things. We have a new tripod! It's in a very simple box, and that fills me with confidence and anxiety. Been hurt by too many tripods. My feelings. Oh, this is heavy. I like it. Like, not bad heavy, like it has integrity. Thick. Is there anything else in here? I think it's just another piece of styrofoam. That is our piece of paper. Instrucciones. In just pictures. Or not English. Okay. It's a tripod. It shouldn't be too complicated. If it is, then I've lost the game. And now all of us have lost the game. By proxy. Hi, Voya! You excited for new tripod? This doesn't go here. Doesn't go there either, but that's a better space. Oh, he hears crinkles. He thinks it's treats. That's what it is. I thought you were excited for me, Voya. But no. I suppose not. You just think tripod is treats. Okay, yes, I do need instructions. That locks and unlocks the feet. Yes. Mr. Bean. What you doing, son? That is being very cute. Letting Gunther nibble on your food. Am I overthinking this? Does that also allow the middle to be adjusted? Oh, that's kind of weird. No? Just sprawls it out. Bigger. I didn't want it that big. Don't need to have big giant feet. I guess it has to. I don't see the validity of that. What's this one gonna do? Should not be this complicated. YouTube. I'm a visual learner, not via paper visuals. Teach me, internet. Teach me.
Ring right here. This is the Ulanzi MT89. I love this tripod. It's actually what the camera is sitting on right now. So you have a little ring right here that lets you tighten or loosen the actual tripod legs. When I back up, you can really see that. And then this whole thing tightens in. So now this is not going to go anywhere. You've got nice little ruts down here. They are plastic on this section, but I have been extremely happy with this. And they have the little screw at the
Good
bottom,
quality
so you can
plastic,
see
though.
what that looks like. That is not a mount in any
Okay.
way. It's just meant to be a tripod. So this whole thing goes just like that. And these guys clip in, which I really like.
The
And
trifecta.
then, some of my favorite features of this is you have a, well, first off, it does extend pretty tall. Like this thing will actually get
Where?
nice and tall. And then you have a rotating ball head. It's not really a ball head so much as just a swivel, I guess. But you've got a little rotating head that you can loosen with this knob over here.
Does it
And
need to
when you
be
tighten
fully
it, it will
extended
stay.
to pop
If you
up?
loosen that, you've got
No?
the ability to do a really nice pan, and it's a smooth pan. And then if you want to tighten this down, we have another knob right here, which is going to give us the ability to rotate this guy back
Good
and
grief,
forth.
Charlie Brown.
Just bink, bink, and you can get a nice little tilt action going on there. It's not a fluid head or anything like that, but it does give you some resistance if you wanted to. More importantly,
Oh,
you can
it just
adjust
takes
the angle of
muscle.
the camera if you need to.
I
And then
figured I would
lastly,
either
you actually
break
have a
it
quick
or it
release
would be
system
fine.
built into this.
Just
so you can see right there. That's just a
takes a
little
lot of
plastic
muscle.
and then this whole thing can just drop in. So I like that.
Pulling
I
a
use it with
sword
this
out of a
camera.
sheath.
I also have the Falcam F22s on here because I love the Falcam system, and so that's what I use with all of this. And that's what's on the camera right now. And I definitely recommend this one. So if you're looking for a really high quality, affordable tripod that you can use regularly for content creation, especially if you're a phone creator or just an on-the-go creator, this is definitely a great option. The link will be down below. You should
That's all I needed to learn was how to extend it. That was it. This one takes 1,000 years to unscrew. I don't know why it's longer than the average. The average pin. I think the taller it gets, the more wobbly it'll get with the battery. It's pretty zoo-proof. This is just the forward, up, down, tilt. I like that that's more firm and like fixed. But I do like being able to pan quickly, like when it's on the ball swivel. But all of the ball swivel ones tend to have a mental breakdown way faster. Rest in peace, tripods. Smooch your boots. Alright, that's set up. I'm bopping with Little Miss PB. Get all of the other odds and ends together. I did at one point own a phone. Oh, it's on top of the PC. Aha. Aha. Oh, new tripod feels good, man. Feels good. Got our GoCam going on. Tank test. I didn't know I could do that. That makes so much more sense. I didn't know I could shrink the docked window. I can. Woot! Fuzzy. Is that where circulars? Ah. It's all coming together now. We're gonna lose audio for a second. I'm gonna swap this over. Oh, that is marvelous. Marvelous. I might want to put it up a little more. It's about as tall as me right now. Should stay steady and happy. Tripod War Part 2, Revenge of the Focus. Actually, why haven't any... I guess it makes sense because they're released in individual numerological sequences. But there have been so many movies that have been split in half. They could have added so much more to the end, quote, quote, of all of the Star Wars movies by splitting them into two, and they would have had so much more money. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not their financial advisor. Welcome, Matt Topher. Here's the tripod war part 2. But now I'm contemplating why they've never made. I guess each one is already split into its own section storyline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But they could have added so much more by splitting them into 2s. Like the Harry Potters. I can't think of anything else that was split into 2 at this point. Want some water? We do end up battling with this one. I'm just going to use it to beat the shit out of the other tripods, like a lightsaber. We'll leave the light attached to it. The light that I clipped right over the power on. We'll leave the light attached to it. Like, what am I trying to do here? And we'll use it to beat the shit out of the other tripods. If it does fail me after the 30-day return policy. We'll have like a whole... Oh, what movie is it? I'm here only in spirit. I'm out of brain cells. What's the movie? It's the movie Foya is watching. Boop! I think it's an Office Space moment. What movie is it where they beat the shit out of the printer with a bat? Is it an Office Space? Yes. We briefly move backwards. Do this kind of action. You hear this song as my stream opening. That's what's happening. I think that's the move. Office Space is so good. Highly recommend putting it on your watch list. Printers are the ultimate enemy. I broke down finally after, I think like for like 5 years in a row, I replaced my printers after tax time because they just stopped working. Something about it would need to be fixed. It's not just that it needed more ink. Just something about it would stop working. I think it went with just like the cheapy like $50, $60 HP printers. And I invested in a laser printer, a Brother laser printer, a couple of years ago. God, I love that thing. I would marry that thing. I would make love to that thing. It has made my life so easy. No more printer stress. They're a little expensive, but they're worth it. Ink is a scam. Printers are planned obsolescence. Ink printers are. Laser printers are the way to go. Welcome, Cygenics. Welcome to Black Fedora. Hope everyone's having a marvelous, as marvelous as possible for a Monday evening. You guys gotta hold me back like that. Can you do that? I'm powerful. I don't think you could if you tried. You have to like full on just bear hug me. Otherwise there's no restraining this. I'm not gonna do that though. I can't do that. On the pole, yes. On my hands, no. Alright, and we're back. Blurp, 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 blurp. I feel so tiny over here. He's so short. Voya is always watching. He's always watching. That was like a half-assed lazy yawn. It was a yawn of lies. It was a scam yawn. Pass on making love and marrying the laser printer. You got a color laser printer many years ago, and it's totally worth it. It is. It's so good. I don't even know if mine prints in color, honestly. I have nothing that I need to print in color. I have a separate like photo printer for that one. If I need to print anything in color, it would just be pictures. I think it only prints in black and white, but I honestly don't know. I've not tried to print anything in color now that I think about it. I ran into that a bunch of times too, Black Fedora. It sucks. It's like a combination of like a hardware, software, and driver issue that is essentially unsolvable. And this printer is plug and play. You just plug it in and then it prints. That's it. No fancy app, no bells and whistles. The printers are gonna come and attack me if I speak loudly on this. It's a conspiracy. The printers will all gang up on me. They'll be showing up outside of my door, ready to spit paper at me and give me paper cuts if I talk badly about them. Just means you haven't found the right printer yet. We need printer Tinder. Printer. It sounds so funny to say. Just printing test pages is fun too. And those come out colorfully. I used to love test pages when I was a kid. I thought they were like a secret code for something. So my dad would be setting something up with like his work craft because he would work from home sometimes. And oh, this is a learning curve. We've met the first obstacle, the dog gate. I would get the printer test pages to draw on the back of because you don't waste paper. And I remember thinking like, oh, these are a secret code. I need to decode this. It's magical. It's archaeological information. It's sent to us by an ancient society of existence. And I am the one privy to the knowledge. Do they print gobbledygook test pages anymore? Hi, Peebs. I'll see on her little chair. It's a pitsy pin. She's on her chair. He's so cute. I can't just. We're learning. We're learning. We're also learning that I already knew what I'm learning right now is that I can't close the door with my left hand. Baby! She's just a baby. She's a little devil. All the devils are here. Yo, do not stress about it at all. Just your presence is a present. Printers are getting revenge for the defeated tripod. Probably. Printer. Hi. Hello. I love you. How you doing tonight, big baby Curve? You ran out of printer ink on your belly and on your nose and on your paws. Did you know that? Did you ran out of printer ink? That's why you got white. You got a drawstring on your head, girlfriend. I feel like PB and I are a whole color scheme tonight between the sweater and her and my hair and makeup and everything. Like, we are a palette. A palatable palette. I love you. So much. Club Cult, your therapy has begun. Love her so much. He says, fuck you. No, don't jump from there. That's too tall. That's too tall. That way. Yeah. Ah, that does. It got booped in the face with her tail. I gotta make this a little taller. Oh, gotta use big muscles to extend it. Big muscles. Big muscles. No, I'm not that cool. It doesn't say Beyblade. It says Bayside. I don't know where anything is. Bayside. I got this at the last concert that I went to. I got a hoodie and a t-shirt. I feel like we're matchy-matchy. We're matchy-matchy, peeps. She's taking over the world. One purr at a time. One purr at a time. Tall. Why is she so cute? I don't understand. She has no business being so cute. Marshmallows. I don't know what this show is. Like, it's Work It Out Wombats. It's very cute. It's very cute. It's adorable. Don't you know that it's a fool who plays it cool? Just reminded me of the Beatles song. How was that concert? It was incredible. It was the first concert I ever went to alone by myself. And it felt really awkward at first. But then, the music came on and it was fine. It was marvelous. It was wonderful. I got there late, though, because I get to everything late. Whoa! Okay, tripod is strong. That happens. We learned. I got there late, so I was in the back, and I was behind a dude in crutches, and he couldn't, really move very far because there's a bunch of people and had crutches. And I screamed every single song, probably into his ear, and was, crying to most songs, probably right in his ear, and it probably wasn't the best experience for him, but I had a really good time. It was cathartic. It was very cathartic. It was my second time seeing Bayside. I love Bayside. They did a really good job. They performed well. It was very marvelous. I do got the business of being cute, though. I may have no business doing it, but that is my business. Blurp. Blurp. Alright, let's make you some Lacko. Let's make you some Lacko and some probiotics. Oh, you just want the bellies. You just want the bellies. All she wants right now is the bellies. Only bellies. My OF may be 50% off, but the only bellies is free. Only bellies. Only bellies. I wish I could share this with you all. Why do you have a big nipple? Is there something on your side? Just got one big nipple. Don't mean to make you feel exposed or tell the world your business, but that's interesting. Oh, she's being so cute right now. Oh my god. She's being snuggly. Oogdoo. A snuggly queen in our midst. A snuggly queen. So cute. So cute. They're not local. I actually don't know where they're from. I would venture to guess the East Coast, but I don't know if that is correct. I don't know where Bayside hails from. I feel like they're probably from the East Coast. They've been around a while. A while. One of my favorite teenage bands. It's a baby, baby, baby. I haven't seen them 3 times. I probably saw them in passing at like a Warped Tour, but hadn't heard of them yet. It's a baby girl. Just nuzzle the biscuits. Oh, she has to check out the new tripod. She's gotta see what's going on with that. They do an amazing cover of the song Anthony's Song, and I love it. I do not keep up with the music scene very much anymore either. Where are they from? I'm curious. I feel like I knew at some point. Bayside Wiki. They're from Bayside, Queens. From New York, New York. They were formed in 2000. So, approximately 1,000 years ago. You want to check out the tripod? She's giving it a good snuff. She says it's new, it's different. It's new and it's different. They had the greatest set list of literally, like, I have most of their songs memorized, but every single song that I know and love so well during it. The only thing they didn't play was the cover that I like, which is Anthony's Song, but I can scream that in my free time. You wanna play peekaboo under there now? Peek. Peek. She says, bitch, I want my milk. Okay. I'll go make it. I'll go make it. Makes being parasocial easier. So who do we think is more parasocial, the streamer or the stream attendees? Because both of us are showing up regularly. And I feel like I'm phrasing that insultingly, but that's just my tone for the night. I don't have like the positive, upbeat, up-talk YouTuber voice that we should have going on for stream to make everyone feel welcome and happy and positive and all of those bubbly princess feelings. I just have this tone for the night. But now I'm curious, like what's more parasocial, the streamer showing up or the streamee showing up? Now I'm genuinely curious. Be questioning this all night long. 2000 does feel like 1,000 years ago. I was in like 1st grade. That's a long time ago. No room for upbeat tone on Voldemort Day. No, there's not. There's not. And it's it's hard to keep up the up talk when you're doing baby talk all day and then my voice just wants to be normal. She is so cute. She's adorable. You're gonna be, what time is it? In 15 minutes, that clock is probably not correct, but it's close enough. In 15 minutes, you're gonna be 12 weeks old. 12 weeks old. Did you know that? You're growing up. You're not gonna stay little forever. You're growing up so big. I'll eat you up. I love you so. She's so weird. I love her. She's really liking this. Aww. Am I your mommy? Yes. We think the attendees, the streamies, because you think the streamers think of the streamers as friends when they don't know anything about us. But I would argue like the same thing on the flip side. Like you guys only present the pieces of your lives that you feel comfortable presenting when you enter chat. And I only present the pieces of my life that I'm comfortable presenting when I'm on stream. Parasocialism is mutually
mutually in existence, I feel like. I don't think attending a stream is parasocial though. I feel like if you go on what I feel like is parasocial, at least in my experience, is when someone like sees the things that are in your house on stream and then buys the exact same thing. When someone buys, and this is gonna sound like really ass backwards because like we love money, we need money to exist, that's how it is. But when you list something for sale and the same person buys every single thing regardless of like the niche that it is, like that's what I consider like a collector. Cam girling has skewed, but I guess kind of like given me an old school perception on streaming now that I'm a part of the streaming world more forwardly. Like someone that you guys would call parasocial, I would call a collector, because they're going to go on your wish list and they're going to buy all of the things that you have on there for you, but for themselves, so they feel closer to you. They're going to buy everything that you put out because it feels like you're a part of their life. Like parasocialism to me is like combining two lives intricately without the other party knowing, or even sometimes bragging to the other party about knowing. And that's an interesting existence. I have a little laugh in my head about how many men have the same bed sheets that I do. Like Target threshold collection, baby. We love to see it. We love to see it. It's marvelous. I like that though. That's an interesting perspective. Especially with streams like this where you get a small glimpse into the streamer's life. But again, it's like only the glimpse that I'm comfortable sharing at that point in time in my life. And the same thing for you guys. You're not just gonna like put your social security number in chat. You're only gonna share what you feel is pertinent or relevant or comfortable for the timeline. You just call that serial killer behavior. Well, you've never been a cam girl. The two very closely intertwined, probably. But a whole bunch of cat trees? Ah, that's awesome. Did you get the little Daisy one like Daisy has? Or like that you wanted to get for Daisy? Plot twist, they did put it on sale when I was at PetSmart last, and now it's $20. It's $19.99, but I didn't get it because I was getting a crap ton of other stuff, and a checkout of $220 is a little better than a checkout of $240. But next time I run over there, if they still have them and they're on clearance still, I'm gonna grab one for Miss Daisy. It's, in terms of being creepy, it's objectively, broadly, yes, but like most things in life, it's how you go about it, I guess. In a way, it can be flattering if done in that way. In a way, it can be a little bit disturbing and like feel suffocating. My hoodie is comfy. It's very comfy. It's all Canadians are devils. If you have a SIN number, you're a sinner. It's very good to be prepared for the cat distribution system. That's incredible. What are you going to do with them? Are you going to build a future Catopia? Or are you going to donate them? Or what are we working with here for this? I used to drive Miss Daisy. Now my dad does. Now we drive Miss PB. Went from a flower child to like a little VW bug. I don't know, I've discussed that with my therapist a few times, like over the years, the concept of parasocialism. And I think there's a very fine line between like sharing your lives online and someone actually, I would consider a level of parasocialism to be dangerous. If I don't feel like it's dangerous, where you going? Then I don't consider it parasocial. But it is a common term in the streaming industry and often like taken rather lightly. So I get where that's coming from. But that's interesting to hear your guys' perspective on that, of like who is really more parasocial. I feel parasocial sometimes when I'm logging on stream because it's just like I have nothing to present the world. I'm just not showing up to show up, but because I enjoy my time genuinely here. But then I get in my head for 2 seconds of like, am I just here to be? I don't know. It's a very difficult thing to describe. It's very difficult feelings. But to me, parasocialism is like copying your life on like every single level as if you are either that person or like mimicking if you were living with that person. Otherwise, it's just camaraderie, in my perspective, anyway. But the whole like buying my whole wish list for your own home thing has happened a couple times, and it's very, very strange. And then the weirder part is when they come into your stream and they're like, oh yeah, I've bought X, Y, and Z and blah, 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 and let me send you pictures of how it's set up in my house. And it's like, I'm not even jealous that you have it instead of me. Why are you taking, like, make your own choices in life. Buy your own cups. Don't just look at it like, oh, Serena wants this, so I'll have it. It's very, very interesting. I don't quite understand it. I think to some extent, though, like, with the cam girl perspective versus like streamer perspective, maybe there's an expectation that some men or just humans in general have that, like, oh, if I buy all the things that she likes, then she'll want to be with me. And that's rare and far and few between. And if you do find someone that feels that way, you probably don't want to be with them because then they're just materialistic and they want you for your stuff. Blurp. Let's make your mlaco. Make it a mlaco. Your definition of parasocialism is about feeling the deeper relationship than you do. That I can understand, but I mean, at that point, maybe you should question your own feelings of, like, are you actually feeling connected to that person, or are you gaslighting yourself into thinking that there's no connection and you're just inventing it? Because by crossing paths and joining stream, you do mutually bond with each other. It's a beautiful world of friendship that we have cultivated here, Club Cult. It is a marvelous, marvelous existence that I'm happy to be a part of. And I think the feeling the deeper relationship than you do is probably just an all in your head kind of thing. Because it's impossible to interact with someone and not connect. Because then you just leave stream if you don't connect. PB will not like chill in one spot to where I want to go get her Blecko. She will be wherever she wants to be in life right now. I'm gonna go make her milkies so we can do some probiotics. Crazy cat lady? Damn straight. Damn straight. Yeah, be parasocial as fuck and everyone adopt a bunch of cats. Clear the shelters. Thank you. That's what I request. That's my humble request. Be parasocial. Adopt all the cats. Hi. Little Stinky. No big stinky. Serena, you can't do this left-handed. You can, but you can't. I feel like I'm talking to Nemo when I say that. Blurp, blurp, blurp. I think that's interesting, though. I like your guys' perspectives on that. You gonna donate, though? Oh, you're awesome. What, did they all fall off the back of a truck or something? How did you come into owning these things? It's the shiny version. Grade my card and make good money off of it. Exactly. My vet actually did say like a month ago that I'm the youngest crazy cat lady that he's known. Which is kind of an honor. It's a badge of honor. What else is there to do in life, though? Passionate about animals and passionate about rescue. What am I into? Just talk about it? No, I'm gonna do it. Just do it. What booped in front of you? What hath booped? The cord? Well, that's even more obnoxious. Oh, I now I have like everything from Finding Nemo stuck in my head. Tripod said no more drama from me, only from the light. Hee hee. There you go, sweets. Oh, the shelter kitties are gonna be so happy. They're gonna be so happy. Oh, we can be tall again. I forgot about that. Crazy cat lady, crazy dog lady. Whatever makes you happy. I am both. I'm crazy everything lady. There's no other way to exist. Yay, we're tall again. We're tall again. Yummy. There's one. There's two. Yummy. Beef flavored milk. Maybe, I don't know. It's some kind of flavored probiotic. They're beef or chicken flavored milk. 3. And 4. And 4. And 2 more. There used to be this house that I would hang out at, kind of like a trap house, but that's besides the point. Like every single day for like a good 3 years when I was a teenager and a little bit post. And that's what I kind of feel like streaming is. Not being in a trap house, but just going to the same place to chill with mostly the same-ish friend group with other people that inevitably pop by that are mutual friends of others or etc. I guess I've only really experienced parasocialism to like an extreme degree, to where it's like, okay then. And to me, streaming just feels like you're chilling at that person's house like every day with your friend group. In a normal context. And granted, there are a lot of OF, E-Girl, Fansly, etc. streamers. Like we've crossed the board everywhere. We're everywhere. But I feel like spending so much time specifically on that side of it versus this side of it, I've probably experienced all of the weird. I'm sure someone will give me a learning experience at some point. But I've probably experienced all of the weird that could ever be experienced. And I don't really feel the parasocial aspect from streaming on here at all. It's just chilling at Serena's house. I'm so cool. I'm now the house where all the people hang out at. And the cats. Let's put this back in the fridge. The people and the pussies. TLDR, go where you are appreciated and welcomed and enjoyed. And don't think too hard twice about it, because you're probably just being in your own head about it. One of my million pairs of black stonks. What you got? Are you done peekaboos? Oh, they got peekaboos. We got a peekaboo hour. Peekaboo sesh with PB. Maybe this tripod will teach me patience. Maybe. I like to do everything quickly. Boop, 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 boop. Put it back where it goes. Maybe I can start to move with more of a slow intention. I don't think there's anything I do except for taking care of the zoo that I do with slow intention. So fire to, oh my god, that's not good. But a sale on pet stuff is good. Yay! I mean, not yay because there was a fire, but yay for wonderful things to be donated. All the kitties are gonna be so happy. That's incredible. You are awesome. Come here, Stinky. PB, what if I just died? Would she eat me or save me? I like to do this with the zoo sometimes. I just pretend I'm dead and see what they do. Though they see me asleep and probably think there's like no difference. PB, I've been shot. I've been maimed. You're going to eat me? What happened? I have my tongue out and I'm drooling. Ew. JK, back to dead. Hi, you saved me! I startled her. You saved me! You brought me back to life. You resurrected me. Oh my goodness. You're so cute. You're so cute. My dad told me recently that a sign of good health, like you've taken care of yourself, your bones, your muscles, etc., is being able to get up from this position without using your hands. I think it was. Like you're not propping yourself up in any way. It's a weird, random thing. I don't quite feel like that's valid, but at the same, like if you don't lose your balance doing it, I guess it does make sense. Like it's your center, your core. See, gobble me up. See, eat me up. I love you so. She probably would eat me if I died. She wild. Old people are just good energy. I used to spend so much time with my grandpa taking care of him, and then when he was in like different rehabs and then finally assisted living, I loved seeing his neighbors. I loved going in there. It was so nice. All the old ladies would be so happy to see Pippi. It was lovely. It's so welcoming. I feel more comfortable going in there than like a group of my own age people. Well, I mean, obviously, if you're only able to, you can't just snap your fingers and work magic. You are so interested in the new tripod. She says you gotta do the snuffs. So you gotta do the snuffs and figure it out. What is going on there? What is happening? What is happening? We are so curious. We're so curious. I have new tech support. My tech and my tech support got an upgrade. They got an upgrade. Would you gobble me up and eat me so? I think so, maybe. You're a wild bean. You're a wild bean. And she's over it. Peekaboo. Peeka, peeka, peekaboo. It's like nightmare fuel, but the cute version. Someone play the Jaws theme. She's hilarious. She makes me smile so much. You want peekaboo? You want peekaboo? Boop. Peekaboo. Oh, you got me first. You got me first. Oh my goodness. I've been maimed by a kitty. I've been maimed. Oh no. How will I ever survive? Is she going to get me again? Oh no. Oh no. One more final blow and I'm out. Oh my goodness. Whatever shall we do? Club Cult. Help, you're my only hope. Ah. I've been got. Why do you like playing murder games? My little true crime enthusiast. Where did you even go? Where did you go? Oh, there you are, Littlefoot. She's stalking me. She's getting her hunter persona back on. Go for the eyes. She'll lick my eyeballs out. I think it's a kitten thing, because Stripes, Nibbler, and Daisy did it too, the last litter that I fostered. They like to lick my eyeballs. It will go from like snuggling to like cute little face sniffs to like, let me lick your eyeball, lady. And then I gotta close it, because that's a little gross. Do you like to lick eyeballs? Do you? See, don't tell people that. No one will adopt me. Everyone would adopt you, Phoebe. Phoebe is the Club Cult spokeswoman. She's wild. She's in charge. She runs the world. She's only secondary to Voya. She's gonna get us. Keep giving her attention when she comes to get me. I wonder what she'll do if I just ignore her. Like, I don't want to ignore her, but I'm curious how far she'll take it. It's like, I'm gonna run around and be cute. And then she'll pay attention to me. Oh, where's PB? Where'd she go? I don't know. Where'd she go? She is behind the blanket on the chair right now. Oh, don't see you. I don't know where you went. I don't know where you went. I don't know where you went. I decided what I want to do with the vet assistant, her adoptive applicant, or my dive into veterinary school after I move. That can go two different directions. It's fast as fuck, boy. Fast as fuck, boy. Get some zoom in our bubble here. And she's behind the sheet. She thinks she's hidden. The applicant. I can't, in my soul, go against advice that I've been given by someone that I would trust with my life. I would let my vet cut me open and spay me himself. Hi. You're cute. Why is one of your pupils bigger than the other? Look at me. Oh no, they're normal. Okay, one was just smaller because I think the blanket was still in front of her. So I'm going to have to find a way to, and I'm going to have to learn this anyway in the long term, but how to say no and not just solutionize keeping. But I don't know how yet. And I still may end up keeping her because I don't want bad blood. It's a baby bean. It's a baby bean. It's a baby bean. But her and Gigi will no longer be considered in my mind for that. In a perfect world, that would work out perfectly, but because I've been told that it won't, I need to heed that mindfully and figure out how to move forward from there, which is difficult. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I don't know if I'll end up keeping her because of that, or I mean, you can't find a better adoption applicant than a vet tech on paper. You know, so it's a rock and a hard place situation right now, and I'm trying not to focus on it too much to the point that I stress about it, but also keep focus on it so that I can solutionize it. But I don't think that would be ideal for her. And as my vet put it, you would be heartbroken if something happened to her. And I would. That's why I'm very strict on where I adopt out to and who I adopt out to and the kind of situation that they'll be indoor only and update, etc. So we'll figure it out. I'm not good at saying no. I'm just not. So we'll have to figure it out. I'm torn though, because the hard thing is usually the right thing to do. And to keep her would be both easy and hard. But you should never choose the easy way if you're between the easy way and the hard way. Because the easy way is probably the wrong. That was brave. It's probably the wrong way. And the hard way is generally the right way. And it would be both hard and easy to keep her. Easy because she's cute as fuck. But hard because that's another head of the household. And that's... We're slowly going from a zoo to a sanctuary. Have you seen the news that useless promo is a waste of both of our time? Since we're both genuinely asking. Have you? Have you? Baby butt. Baby butt. Baby butt. No gremlin. No baby gremlin. PB say, hey. What a wonderful kind of day. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, plus kitties, baby. So choose your own adventure. Fast as fuck, boy. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. You creeping? Or are you pooping? I think it's bathroom time. Privacy. Protect our peace. As I tell Slavka, everyone's entitled to their own personal bathroom time because Slavka likes to jump on the other kitties while they're using the litter box, and that's not nice. I thought you had to go potty. I think she was about to jump on me, but she changed her mind and jumped over there. She sized me up, though. I think it was because I moved my hair. I know, PB is the best looker in the world. She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. She's stunning. PB, can you send a kiss? It's been requested of you. Send a kiss. I think she wants to be a window licker instead. She wants to be a mighty queen. Boop. Kiss by proxy. It goes to me and then it goes to chat. She's so zoomy tonight. Oh, your energy's back. Now it's back. Little goose. It's like a little kid who ends up peeing their pants because they want to spend 5 more minutes outside with their friends. Are you going to go or not? You keep fussing back and forth. Don't make me think something is wrong. I have to stare at her because she was being weird. This is my life. You can do it. Why you no do? We'll try that again when she's ready to try that again. Right now we're just fast as fuck, boy. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's like in Jurassic Park when the T-Rex walks and the glass shakes, the water in the glass does like the rumbling along with it. The blankets and the chair skirt, whatever the hell that's called, quivers when she is in its midst. She is unhinged. I love her. I think these are officially the foster chairs, and I'm sorry, / you're welcome, Grandma and Grandpa. Just practicing for the Olympics. The Paralympics. What would she be? What event would she do? I don't know much about the Olympics. What events are there? She's not dainty enough to be a figure skater, I don't think. We don't let her do the high dive because she's too tiny. She doesn't have hands, so she can't throw the shot put. What is it called when they slide down the snow tube like this? In like a little stock car, but it's not a stock car. Like, it's just, all you do is see how fast you can go sliding down like this. She goes whoosh and like slides on her paws, and I feel like that's the event that she would be good at, but I don't know what that's called. She'd be a sprinter. Curling is on all the TVs because of the drama. What is the drama with curling? What is curling? I don't think I know what that is. She can bat the thing around. Luge. That's what it is. The luge. Luge. That's what I feel like she would be good at. And she sleeps like all cute and like rolled up on her back like this, like she's preparing for it. She just slide. Someone cheated and denied it. How do you even get away with that? Like cheated like they were taking something, or cheated like they within the event? Uh-oh. Don't be a liar, liar, pants on fire. That's naughty. That's naughty. For shame. It's all televised, and I'm sure they have like CCTV everywhere. How would you even think you would get away with that? How would they think they would get away with that, Peebs? You're gonna be a swimmer? You gonna go swim? Oh my god. It's so silly. It's so silly. Oh, curling is the I don't know how to describe it, but I can visually picture it now. Mentally picture the visual. Throwing a rock on ice and then sweeping to try and get it in special circles. I always thought it wasn't special circles, but that it was like you're throwing it and then you're scoring the ice so that it moves further to a certain point. I thought that was the point of it. It's shuffleboard on ice with extra steps. Well, we played shuffleboard once. We were on vacation in Wisconsin. Was that the Dells one? We did the Dells once, and we did a few fishing vacations. I think it was the Dells one. And like we stayed in a cabin, but at like the whole resort place, whatever it is, they had a little rec area set up. There's like a basketball court, tennis court, and this little thing, and this little thing, and then there's a shuffleboard thing. I don't remember being very good at it. I don't think I knew what I was doing, though. I don't think anyone explained it to me except to push. You're being weird. I need to stare at you. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. Oh? Oh, God. We're not hitting the panic button yet. Just almost. We gotta call it in the morning, girlfriend. It's a very tiny cadiddle. What is the rest of what you've done today? That's a pooper. That's a pooper. That's a big pea. And there's another small one. Well, that was an adventure. That was Sumi. She peed weird. It looked like she was struggling, like on her face. She got squinty eyes about it, and then she barely peed anything, and she was just fussing around in the litter box. Like, she changed her mind about 3 times before that. You gotta keep an eye on you to know. Of course, she acts perfectly fine and happy and healthy otherwise. You gotta keep an eye on that tonight and see if you gotta call the vet in the morning, then. That's uncomfortable. It's not as scary for a female cat to have a blockage, and she's a baby. She shouldn't have a blockage anyway. But acknowledgeably, she didn't have a good, solid start to life. Hi, little bean. Little bean. Little bean. However, it's concerning when a cat's litter box habits change at all. Shout out to the time that Charlie couldn't poop while I was on stream, and then I turned off stream to go take her to emergency vet because I only know that that's a kind of an indicator of urinary issues if they have trouble going potty also in male cats. But Charlie was just literally full of shit. We spent $1,000 to spent $1,000 to find out that she was full of shit. That was fun. But she was going tinky weird and then couldn't poop. I was like, oh god, is this the end of the world? Is it the end of the world? This my freaking the ice melts the ice. They use that controller rock as it slides along. So I was kind of correct, but it's not like scoring, it's melting the ice. I had the concept, not the practice. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. Is whatever you want it to be, baby. Is it choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. She is a little stinker, and we love her. She's pooping solid again, though, so not a little shitting, thankfully. Kitten diarrhea, not to, like, use super fun words or anything, and have a conversation that we all came here for tonight. But my vet recently went to a conference in Florida, or conference, convention, I don't know, a bunch of seminars, mostly seminar-based and veterinary industry stuff. And there was a whole one about kitten diarrhea, because it's become so serious these days. It used to not really be a thing in the worlds of less germs 20, 30 years ago. Now there's so many different mutated strains of everything that there was a whole seminar on kitten poops. There wasn't any pertinent information that we could apply to PB, but is apparently now the common thing, not a rare thing, for baby kittens to be shittens. She's a busy little lady. She's a busy little lady. She's just playing with all of her toy hoard under the dresser now. Hi, monkey. You ever felt dark in the morning? Because you're weird? And put the other camera on her. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be sick. So zoomy. The zoomy little zoomer. There's zoomy little zoomer. Bloop, 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 bloop. I just want to snuffle you for 1 second, and then I'll quit bugging you. Okay. Fine. Fine. So adorable. You're so cute. Little peekaboo peeps. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, she's in her own little world now. She's roly-poly PB. Little baby PB Peebs. She's the cutest in town. Are you gonna jump on me again? Do it. Do it. Do it. She got all the way up to me and then faked herself out. She's silly. She's hilarious. Mm. Alright, sissy girl. You wanna play with your toys? Where have you hoarded them all into? When I got them last night out for her, she had hoarded them all into a corner and actually buried them under the litter bin, which was empty, so I get how she could have picked it up. Oh, before I ran out, I was gonna readjust her camera so that I have the camera on her litter box. You probably just do it, please. That way, while we're bebopping around doing other zoo stuff, I can see exactly what she's doing over there. Heard of Paw Patrol? What about Paw T Patrol? Paw T Patrol. Now she has a matching camera with the boys. She fancy. She's fancy, huh? She fancy, huh? Hi, peeps. I love you. I love you, you tiny little gremlin. You're the cutest little bean that ever was. We love you. We love you. And you just jump on my leg? She is unhinged. She's so silly. She's so silly, silly, silly. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. I want to micromanage this corner. Hi, Void. Baby girl. Baby girl. Chong is so in love with her. Slavka says hi. That way this is neat and tidy when either, I don't know if I'm going to buy a new crate or just bring the one up from downstairs. I don't feel like the one from downstairs is going to keep a dog from breaking out of it because it's old and bent. Like I would trust it for a cat, but not for another doge. So this needs to be tidied to some extent, and some of these things need to go downstairs and be hung up. Hello, tiny gremlin. Oh, tall tripod. Tall. Bloop. It's a little more sensible. Dumbest little things in life. Keyboard, spacebar, stabilizer, broken. No! So it just, instead of satisfactorily, tap, tap. That's a bitch. I have like 2 spare keyboards, but I think they're Bluetooth connection. Do you want one? Do you want 2? I'm so sorry. That's so annoying. That is a very good, accurate representation of dumb things in life. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Death by keyboard. That's very rude. Tell the keyboard I would like to have words with it. I just want these all folded so that they make sense. Oh, I was going to use this with our last Harley cosplay. Harley stuff goes in. Guess I didn't need to close that. One of these file spots. Girl, where can we put this toy to where I'm not stepping on it? Jeez Louise. Oh no, this is gonna bother me. This part doesn't make sense now. You've seen my tolerance for tripods. Headless. I'm sure you can guess my tolerance for a broken keyboard. And I feel it for you deeply. That is, have you been personally victimized by a keyboard? If so, you may be entitled to compensation. From who? I don't know, but you should be entitled to it. There are months of stream clothes in here. I do not even know all of what is in here. Slavushka Maruska, let go of my toes. Let go of my toes. Let go of my toes. Solutionizing. Damn, it hit its teenage rebel phase. I'm so sorry. That's difficult. It's difficult to work with. Alright, that's a rogue piece. You can go in there, that's a rogue piece. These are also rogue pieces. No, bikini. Technically bikini. Technically bikini. Outfit. This is why you pull multiple outfits at the same time, because sometimes you don't know what pink one piece you want to wear. Do you want shiny and sheer, or like velvety, corduroy? You know, which one? You never know. That's why you need choices. You never know what the vibe is. You may know the color code, but you never know what the vibe is for the night. It's a complete outfit. It's probably been sitting there since like December. Probably since November, because I wear a Christmas themed thing most of December. It's my birthday suit, but not the naked kind. Random stonks. Same one is on sale on Amazon for $500? What did you originally buy it for? Is this a fancy ass keyboard? Like a schmancy one? What is happening here? Oh snap. I feel that in my soul. That made me sweat. That's uncomfortable. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. About $100. I mean, that's not bad for something that you're planning on getting good use out of, like, just about every day, but $500? That's fucking crazy. Psychotic thought. I don't even know if anything like this exists anymore, but are there, outside of, like, Best Buy, computer and, like, keyboard, etc., repair shops? Like how there used to be TV repair shops? I don't think that's even a thing anymore. Or because it's so expensive, you possibly could reach out to the company. And I mean, it's been 13 years, but if they value you as a client and a consumer and the integrity of their product, then maybe they would send you a discount code for another one. Or even replace it, but that's asking a lot. I've had success with that a few times where it's like a big ticket item and it's out of warranty and I've had it for a while, but I get like good daily use out of it. These can go just in the general bikini drawer. Boobs. You don't need to go out here. Harley? I guess this was my last planned Harley. I don't think I wore it, but it was part of the plan. You're a tiny top. You're a tiny top. You're a bikini bottom. You're a bikini bottom. Christmas. These are fun because they're red on one side. Then you move the sequins and they're green. It's the little things in life. Gotta try to have fun. Whether you succeed or not is life's issue, but we the people gotta try at least. That's the thing though, it's only a tiny piece of plastic that broke. They might. You can choose your own adventure on if that is worth sending an email for. But I am so sorry, that's so stinky. That's so stinky. I forgot I had this headband out here. I've been looking for it. Now we go from like whatever I was before to like ready for church in 0.2 seconds. Blurp. One red stocking. Somewhere there is another. Shorts. Christmas. Randoms. Actually, I can run the randoms because those will get swapped out anyway. Into bikini. Into bikini. Right, I'm gonna put those in PB's room. That's where the bikini drawer is. Oh my goodness, I just stepped on your floof. I'm so glad that wasn't your tail that scared the crap out of me. I stepped on the extended floof. I'm the worst mom that ever was. I'm the worst. Boyd is just watching me like, you weirdo, you don't need all those clothes. I know. Shut up. Don't judge me. Every dog that I've ever adopted from CACC has started its life in a crate in this corner. I'm debating if I want to pull the rug out, though, maybe. Da, da, da. Whatever that song is. You guys are so cute. Lovers. It was just playing on PB's little Padlet situation. Padlet? I tried to say iPad and tablet at the same time, and it came out as Padlet. 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 Just soak that up for a moment. Whatever song was playing, it was now stuck in my head. Just the little things in life. Do you like Groove is in the Heart vibe? Well, okay, I don't think that's churchy. We have two different perspectives here then. I think it just instantly looks more proper than being a lion. Rawr. XD. Bloop. Bye. Silly door. Da, 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 da. Except my brain is replacing the lyrics with Wingapo from Pocahontas. Wingapo. Piglet had a padlet that pushed up. This is the new viral tongue twister. It's no more Sally sells seashells by the seashore. It's Piglet had a padlet by the pushed up porch. My pizza pants. Forgot those were in here. Pajamas. This one you think you don't need the door section anymore. You need the door section. Blurp. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. I'm a lion. Rawr. I think it's mostly the hair color that makes me feel that way, though. These can go downstairs. I won't be ready to wear them for a while. Size are my feet, just the right size. If you already know my shoe size, don't say it. Otherwise, guess. And I'll tell you if you guys are right. Show your panties, that's scandalous. And you're too late. I already did. We already sorted those. It's too late. It's too late on the Johns. Christmas socks. It's too late. These shoes I will probably want. I'll leave them out here. I love these shorts. They're so cute and ruffly. They're adorable. There's the other pictures. I have been looking for these. I have the ones that say Fansly on the butt. I knew where they were, but I've been looking for just the plain ones, and I found them. I had a dream that I found them in my closet, and I had looked for them a couple of days prior and couldn't find them. And then I dreamt that I found them. And then the other night I went downstairs expecting that they would be where I saw them in my dream because it was that close to reality that I thought it was a real memory. And they were not there. They are here. They are here. This top is comfy. Shorts. This has been worn. I can go downstairs. Shirt. You're inside out. I have a couple of tank tops from this company, and I love how they fit, but I hate how they like smush together like staticky socks after they run through the wash. Oh, that's shirts pile. This can all just go up on one shelf, though. And then my ugly little grandpa house sweater. I love it so much. It's so wonderful. From Hay Bands. We're gonna hang up. There we go. Grab bag stonks. We'll go there. Tank top. Put those over. I guess I gotta eventually take the bowl out of here. Oh, I forgot about these t-shirts. T-shirts. Start engines, not problems. It's good life advice. Will those stand on there? No. Also a good life mantra. That's a skirt, Slavka. Do you want to be a pretty little ballerina? Gunther, I love you. Slavka is a ballerina. Although I feel like the pink one, even though the pink is short, it's not a skirt, would be more fitting. She just looks like a Victorian princess cat. Now she's a little ballerina. She's Angelina Ballerina. No, you got to keep your tutu on. You got to keep your tutu on. She's not amused. Drivers, start your problems. That's my interpretation of what problems sound like. Apparently like a broken dog. A dog who got the wrong pitch in their throat. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want to be, baby. Thank you so much for being here tonight. It is a choose your own adventure with the most grab baggiest of grab baggy clothes. We got pizza pants. We got Christmas socks. Stop fucking with Charlie. We got girl drama. We got a pink skirt. Oh, why didn't I put this on her? That would have been cute. Now she's just fucking with Charlie. Charlie says, I don't want no smoke. I don't blame you, Charlie. None of us do. Oh, boy, you're so brave. I'm so proud of you. Oh, my goodness. I went into the kitchen and she was on the counter. Now, when she explores a new space, she gets all sheepish about it, and then she runs back to her little safety zone. But she was up on the kitchen counter. She was exploring tall. I'm so proud of her. They say cats are generally like two categories, ground dwellers or tree dwellers. Like they like to be down low and have safe places, like to run under chairs or under a cat tree or under furniture, or they like to be up high. So when they're scared, they'll jump up to like a wall mount or up on their tree or up on like the back of the couch or something. There's like two distinct categories the cats fit into when either playing and running around aimlessly or running around with a purpose. And I was trying to figure out what she was. I thought she was more of a ground dweller. Maybe she is a tree dweller. She was up on the counter. I'm so proud of her. I feel like I'm probably one of the few people in the world that's happy about their cat going up on the counter, but you know, you can just wash them. It's not a difficult thing to experience. But then she gets caught exploring something new, and then she runs back in here like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't supposed to do that. And yes, you are. You're supposed to do all the things. You be a girl of the world. This is your house. I just live in it and pay for it. Like, I don't even know what this is. A piece of grass? How is there a piece of grass? You do what makes you happy, Boyd. You can do anything. You can do anything you want in life. The world is your oyster. Hi. Some reassurance. You're okay. And Sapka says, no one gets love without me getting love too. See, Boy doesn't smack her back, so now they get along. Don't prove my point wrong. Slavka is the most jealous cat that I have ever met in my life. She's so fussy. If there is attention, it must be for her. Like, she is the definition of the baby child. She is the child. The child. My robot, because you type socks off. I'm just going to take my socks off. Socks off, initiated. Meow, 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 meow. Heel activated. Meow, 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 meow. Toes visualized. Meow, meow, meow. Is that how that works? I didn't know there was a trigger command for that. That's an interesting one. That's a theory. It's a process. It's a Charlie! Oh, Charlie did not want uppies. I'm sorry. I thought she was being more chill than she was. She says, I want dinner, give it to me now. It's not dinner time yet. It's approximate dinner time, but it's not actual dinner time. It's not actual dinner time. Oh, the baby bean. Oh, the baby bean. You do? Well, have I got the spot for you? Bloop, 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 bloop. It's a mission not impossible. And Void has regained confidence. She's gotten more okay with holds. It's still not her favorite thing, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I really do appreciate so much that we've built so much trust in each other. She's still very unsure of the world, but she trusts that I will not put her in harm's way. And I feel honored. It is a privilege. It is a privilege. Anyone need to change some tires? Got a jack stand for you over here. You are so silly. Hi, that's my hair. She plays so gentle, she doesn't put her claws out for any of it. She's such a good lady. Either she's actually gentle or she thinks I'm her baby. I don't know which. I have theories. But until she chooses to tell me with her words, I don't actually know. Don't know. I don't know. And fill up some bottles in the kitchen, and then we have some Gunther food to put to where it goes. All of the Z-MILF stuff tonight. All of the Z-MILF stuff. I need to unpack my spices. And just 4 to fill up. Yes. And put the KMR away. Oh, I gotta fill my vitamins too. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. This is why I don't engage with ridiculous behavior. You have a request, I give you a solution to your request. And then you just keep copy pasting yourself. You're wasting both of our time. It is genuinely a waste of both of our time. I want to see. You want to see. We all want to see. It is beyond the sea. It is Bobby Darin. Much like the X-Files, I also want to believe. But then I'm reminded that it is useless. It's also a waste of time. You guys know how I feel about time. Value yours. Deeply. Magnificently. Incredulously. Are you my little helper? Are you my little helper? I love you. I love you. Vitamins. Vitamins. I organized the coffee and tea cabinet the other day. And oh my god, it's so good. It's so beautiful. I did a really good job. Pat on the back. I did good. Get some good sleep tonight, the Mad Topher. Thank you for making time to be here tonight. And as I stand on my tippy toes, because I made the tripod too tall, my heart goes out to you for the keyboard. crossing fingers and paws for a smooth solution and transition. But thank you. I appreciate that. Was my anger that evident at the tripod drum? Not good at hiding my emotions. I knew it was bothering me, but I wasn't sure how much it was visually bothering me. Hello, sis. So riddle me this. I mean, granted, these are accidentally not chewables, but how does 100 of these, but 150 of these, again, not chewables, have such different size containers? Couldn't they just make the chewables this size? You would think. You would think. Those still have stuff. They're just running low. That one's the only empty one. It just has crumbs and fragments left. Is this the one I was out of? Blurp, 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 blurp. The tripod ire is well known to Club Cult. I feel like it doesn't help too that when it's fucking up, I'm like right up in its grill and we can see every micro expression on my face. Like maybe from back here I can play it off like it's not so bad, but from up here it's very evident when I'm pissed. Isn't she the sweetest? I love her so much. She's a good girl. She likes to cosplay as a bad girl, but she's a good girl. She's a good little biscuit. She is, she is. So I always feel so time consuming when in reality it takes like at most 10 minutes. It's really not. It's like doing the dishes. It feels like it'll take 1,000 years, but it just takes 2 seconds. So it always makes me nostalgic for when I filled my grandpa's med box for him. The good old days. Got some fresh new magnesium. Oh yeah. Hype. You don't go there. You go there. Thank you. Put some B12 in that B-ish. Or I'm gonna have to change my entire layout with this with the vitamin C. And I take all of my everything that's in here at night. So even though it's in like the morning, afternoon, evening setup, it's instead chewables, swallowables with chewables. So, you know, you eat like a couple of the gummy vitamins, then you take the biotin and the vitamin D because it's all swallowable like that. And these are eat with fruit. They're swallowables. It's all perfectly sectioned out. I'll have to look at the size of them. I can't imagine they're too big. They'll probably go into the eat with mushables. Pretty sure the dishes actually do take years. I mean, taking time to do them takes years off your life, but the alternative is you got a stinky sink. So it's, choose your own adventure, but maybe choose a little bit more wisely on that one. I do very much miss having to work with a dishwasher. Now it's just a glorified dish rack. Some iron. So we are big and strong. Strong. Da. Yeah. No, don't. You gotta be solo dolo. One at a time. Nope. What day is today? Monday? Had one yesterday, so Tuesday, skip. Thursday, skip. Saturday, skip. Sunday. Poof. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club of cult foods. Whatever you want it to be, baby. To choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Hope the week is starting off wonderfully. Wonderfully for everybody. May your coffee always be warm and your vitamins always be full. D was a full replacement. I feel like many women can relate to that phrase. These always look like giant caviars to me. They're all clear and shiny. It's the forbidden caviar. You don't want to do a little. Can I even do that? It's a little too big. You don't want to do that. For vitamins. Probably wouldn't taste very good. It's a choking hazard. Forbidden caviar. Never really understood the point of like just eating it straight, like off your hand though. I feel like it's something that tastes best with a compliment. Like whether that's crackers or just something to give it more integrity instead of just tiny little salt balls. It's good on its own, but it's better with something. Kind of like most people. Cream cheese and crackers. Oh, I've never considered the cream cheese. That would probably be good. That would be a nice texture. Did I already put this one in? Oh no, that's the vitamin C. The vitamin C and the potassium E are twins. Need one more from the new one. That's a good idea. I usually just do crackers with vegan butter. But Tofutti makes a really good vegan cream cheese. That'd be yummy. You have to get the full essence of it and taste it on its own. Which I guess by tasting it's on its own. Tasting it on its own, you can gauge out what you would like to have to be. the complimentary PCs. Sounds like it would be tasty though. But I don't think I've ever thought twice about that, but you're absolutely right. It is a common sushi topping, like in Japanese food. Not something that I would order because I don't eat real caviar. Found a really awesome vegan brand of caviar on Amazon, which I'm shocked by. I'm shocked the product even exists. I guess vegans gotta be bougie too. But I've always avoided every dish that has that on them. I wonder if it's prepared differently. Is it still like super salty, or is it more of like a muted flavor? Mr. Monster! He's so cozy wozy posy. Cozy wozy posy. Derp derp. Yeah, just Voya Voya's in slow motion right now. I can't move the tripod any differently because it'll boop him. There is variety to it. The slice of life. That makes sense. At some point or another, I theorize we'll have an all vegan sushi place. Or somewhere with a balanced menu where it has regular menu, but then, oh my god, I know, it's the food cabinet. It's a food cabinet. But then like a dupe menu of all of their stuff, but in vegan form. Yeah, man, get your midnight snack. You still have food in your bowl, you fathead. But okay. Okay, boss. Gunther got some new cans. He's donating some of his cans to the zoo and Gigi the last couple of days. I'm surprised. Gigi likes the chicken churros, but she does not much care for the chicken food. Or maybe she was sus, because it's like, oh god, this is a new thing. What is happening? Voya won the argument of what cans does he get. The old ones, or the ones that I found that he used to eat that he decided are the greatest things since sliced bread. He got those. I justified it with as he only eats like half of the other can, even if I only give him a half of a can. And he needs moist food for the other food. So even though this one is more expensive, at least he's eating all of it instead of wasting and therefore just throwing away money by buying the cheaper one. That's Z-MILF logic. Liver and chicken dinner. Delicious. Delicious. Daisy gets, I don't know if I told you guys, my dad got grossed out by the smell of the kitten food, so now Daisy gets Fancy Feast chicken kitten food. Fancy Feast for the fancy lady. It's so cute. I meant to call him today and see how she's doing. I gotta call him tomorrow. Tomorrow. Ba-da-da. Oh, da-da. Snacknet is complete. She's a very fancy lady. I really just love that she's living her best life. That makes me so happy. I mean, all three of the babies are. But I like Stripes and Nibbler's adopter is a cat person, or he loves cats on the level that I would love for them to have. So it's perfect. And my dad loves cats, obviously, but I have never seen him so head over heels in love for anything in my life. I've watched this man get engaged. Watched this man buy a Porsche. I've watched this man buy every dream guitar he could ever want. And I've never seen him just with the cartoon heart eyes popping out of his eyeballs so hard. It's so beautiful to see. It's incredible. And see the fancy lady. She got an upstairs litter box. She got fancy feast. Daisy's breaking down all the barriers. She is the best, and Gunther is adorable. Gunther has taken over and is modding. He's taken over. He says, I'm in charge here. I'm in charge here. He likes having his paws rubbed. That's why he was letting all the foot stuff through. He's so cute. Oh, I gotta clean my desk. That reminds me. Dang it! I don't want to. I never want to clean my desk. What is something you guys have to regularly maintain? Not to like stay on a Monday vibe or anything with, super fun things of the world. But what's something that you don't like to maintain that you have to maintain on a regular basis? It's just like, it's like a kid asking to go to Disneyland for the 5,000th time, like this again. This again. This again. Why'd you get stuck? There. You're so cute. You're really specific on the specifications here of greatness. Compatibility. 360 panoramic. Max height 200 centimeters. Quick release cold shoe mount. Whatever the hell that means. I don't know what a cold shoe is except what I put on and take off in the winter to go outside. That's a cold shoe IMO. Battery pack. Behaving itself very well, and now I toggle the volume back on, and it's goofy. It says, no, wait, I want to be off. No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. Oh, wait, there's more. No, wait. There's so much over here that doesn't need to be over here. Is this the C2C? No, it's USB to C. I thought I got excited. I got there. You're very cute. Those can go and get up on out of here. This guy is broken. You are garbage. You won't fit in that garbage, but you are garbage. You are dead. Like, the cord is chewed. It's not even going to turn on anymore. Do you yard work at your parents just about every week? It's easily one of the things you like the least. Oh, fair. You probably have like year-round yard work stuff, whereas I got like at least 3 to 5 months out of the year where I don't have to maintain the yard, except for the doggy poop. I will say I would agree with that. It's not a fun task. I liked the idea of having a whole bunch of beautiful plants and actual landscaping. Like, conceptually, it would be nice. In reality, in practice, I do not want to deal with any of that shit at all. My yard has the same landscaping as when I bought the house, and it will sell with the same landscaping as when I bought the house. I have done zero to improve it except spread wildflower seeds across some of the landscaping spaces. There's like little cone flowers that'll pop up now, but that's about it. You don't need this. Ah, don't fall. Don't do that. Don't do that. Those are important papers. It's a hair clip. Those are tissues. This is a broken clip. This is tiny USB. This is a charger for a thing. You take that garbage out tomorrow. Hey, what got borked? Everything comes through whether it gets borked or not on the Restream Biddy. See, it has to be attempting to be pulling from context. Like maybe in the phrase, if I had a yard, I would keep it basic bitch. Maybe in that context, AI mod is assuming that you want to keep a basic bitch in your yard. Like held hostage. Because it got bonked for bullying. Which I don't understand. And that's a reach as far as context goes. And by no means do I think that you want to hold someone captive in your yard. But I can see very far-fetchedly where that would have come from. But that is very irritating. For shame. For shame. Wildflowers are so pretty. A super bloom would be amazing. I humbly request pictures in Discord, please. Please, please, please. I would love to see all the beautiful flowers. I don't know. Some people care a lot about curb appeal, and I'd like to be one of those people, but I'm just not. I tried a few years ago. I put some potters out. I put some planters out. I put some like little flowers in front and just did not give a fuck about them. Then drove by my house thinking, wow, that looks weird and out of place. Because nothing else is like nicely shaped or decorated. A super bloom would be marvelous. I think that is approximately as tidy as my desk gets. Almost. 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 I have an idea. I have an idea. Pliers can go back out in the kitchen. I have 2 pairs. I can keep a pair out here. I kind of like having tools in all of the rooms that I frequent the most. There's a set of tools upstairs in the kitchen. There's screwdrivers in here. Pliers would be nice to have. And there's a set of tools downstairs. So I'm never like scrambling where like, oh, is this upstairs or wherever or whatever. It's convenient. It's nice. Makes me happy. It was a good choice. What is this? Scrap paper. She's making a list. Checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. It's you! Just kidding. What are you? Still stencilable paper? I gotta get the stars in the scrapbook. I still have not done that yet. Shame me. Next time I'm looking for these, I won't find them because they're not where I got them from. There we go. If I put those there, Voya will tack them. Voya likes stealing little paper things. We shall set. I have an idea. Gunther, you're gonna help by observing. I think that's just a dad thing. Maybe that's like some biologically women become maternal when they have children. You just can't help it. Naturally, we'll just care about something more than ourselves or anything else. I wonder if that's a dad thing, that when you spawn a creature, you immediately become obsessed with lawn care. Because my dad's the same way. He has a beautiful yard. It is extremely well maintained. It is a large space. Like it is a full-time job, probably 3 days a week at least every summer for him to maintain all of that. Like all day long. It's like that's a choice that you're making. And if that's where you want to put your energy, I'm not judging, but I don't know if I understand. I also don't remember if I could rig this the way that I liked. I don't remember why I gave up on this, if it was height or if it was the top. Do I have the pinchy piece for this close? Yes. I was experimenting with it before. Within a month? That'll be so beautiful. I am excited to see. Have an idea. So I think I figured out earlier this unscrews from here. Because this ball joint is wonky. And this is Serena activated. So when it's charged, I can tell it to rotate, etc. I don't know if this will work or not, but the top to this was getting too unsteady and I wasn't sure what to do. Maybe this is the way. Maybe. Maybe it is the way. I just wish this was removable and that you could put a pin prong on the top of it. Apparently not. I think I remember this setting on there, though. It does. It's not charged. It's not going to turn on. But, sorry, you're going to give him a butt in your face. You know, it's a long day when you have bedhead before you even go to bed. So maybe it needs. No, it just. What did you just steal, Slavka? About $1 million or Slavka. Hey, boy. Monster. You're the culprit. Okay, you can be nice. You earned it. Munster was the culprit. I would have just lost $1 million gazillion bajillion dollars. It was Munster. He knocked over a little cuppy cappy thing. This is still chaos, but this is as tidy as it gets, and it all makes sense again. I just want the rest of the week to be smooth. Smoothie silky. Blurp, blurp. Blurp, blurp. Is this even worth keeping if it's broken? No. Throw it away. Throw it away. Just throw it away. If you need it, then it's probably a $2 thing. It's fine. Done.
Just followed.
Done. 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 Gunther is so adorable. I'm just taking over his little chair sish. Munster does like knowing he can still cause trouble. It's nice to see him causing trouble. Slavka has no excuse. She's a young, sprightly lass. But Munster deserves to be all the chaos that he wants to be in this world. Did you lose your toy through the door? She pushed it through. She lost it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Mama. Look. I thought those doors were so genius, except for if having a tiny kitten. But plot twist that Slavka can still break through them, which is hilarious. Not through the bottom, which is what I put the lattice up for, but through the side. But she's so silly. She's the silliest goosey goober. Goosey, goosey, goofy goober. She's a funny honey bunny, she is. Thought I had a glass case over here. Regular ones can go in there. Forgot I had these. Frames or the lenses are dirty. Blurp. 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 Light. There really is no telling her no. She's very determined. If she wants to be somewhere, she will find a way. She is Jurassic Park cat. Slavka finds a way. She finds a way. She's very determined. She's very determined. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Like Gunther food. Vitamins. Water bottles. PB. Clothes in the corner. This gets managed tomorrow. My weekly pile of stream clothes and reject clothes. That's for tomorrow's management. Because I can't just unfortunately magically levitate the camera behind me. What I'm really looking forward to is some kind of like within, I'm guessing within the next 5 years. It'll probably be about as expensive as a streaming backpack, but a streaming backpack will essentially become obsolete, stands for the connection. And we will have drones that are like target tracked to follow you around to be able to have your own like camera person that way. And I look forward to that. That would be cool beans. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the getting my hands dirty, the groundwork, the hard work of carrying the tripod around everywhere. But Lord, it would be nice. I can see that happening very soon. That would be cool beans. Do, 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 do. Right, that's all good. Bopping with PB for a few more smooches and then low and slow DJ hour with Miss GT. Story time. Story time. They're already using that. See, it already exists. Very soon it will be available for the mainstream folks. They're already using that kind of tech for sports photography. It's amazing. It exists. It exists. If you imagine it, it exists. C'est incroyable. I love that that already exists. I was right about something. That's a far and few between scenario.
Hi, Void. Hi, Mama. Hi. Are you being zazzy? You don't know what you're doing? She gets so sheepish sometimes. I thought you were being playful. I like when she just looks at me like I'm stupid. Oh, we want the lovies. I didn't realize I was behind my robes, and that was kind of a creepy little crawl out. You want the lovies? You want the lovey lovies? 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 Ah, Slovenia. She said, no, that's not for me. Do a Chucky, or who's Chucky's girlfriend? Tiffany, I think. Cosplay, and then pop out from the side. We'll be blonde by then. Oh, you're a happy butt girl. You was playing, but now you want the lovin's, but you want to do the playins and the lovin's. You don't know what you want. Void had a big milestone this morning. She came out for wet food breakfast time for everybody. She says, I think I'm ready to want some too. And she got her own little bowl. I was so proud of her. She was confused about where to go, though, because now Charlie and Kid both like to eat in their special space, and everyone else has their bowls downstairs. And she was like, I don't know which way to go. Oh, she's so happy. She's so content. She did. She's so gentle. Everything she does is so gentle. She is truly a mama at heart. Even when she plays rough, she doesn't put her paws or her claws out. She keeps them in. They're long right now, so I can still get like a little bit of a scritch from it, but barely. Hi. My favorite thing about Void, and by favorite, I mean I don't know if it's my favorite or not. Void tells me how messy the house is, i.e., how badly I need to vacuum. Because she's all black, she picks up every piece of floof that she crawls around into. And I know when she's looking a little dusty, whether I thought I need to vacuum or not, I need to vacuum. Because she'll pick up every piece of little extra floof that should be on the ground. Hi! Like that. We need to vacuum. We need to vacuum. Oh, yes. Pippi's taking a break tonight, and then we'll finish her haircut tomorrow. She had to do an extra alley-oop at the back steps today. Give her a little day of rest. She won't have to stand long for tomorrow. Yeah, like the white glove test, but with a black cat. She perfectly lets me know. If she looks beautiful and gorgeous and sleek and shiny in all her color, then house is clean. If she starts collecting things and walking around with them and looks speckled, it is time to clean whether I plan to clean or not. So we'll be vacuuming before bed. Hi. Oh, you're such a princess. She's such a lover girl. She's such a good cat. Like, I just cannot get over who she was when she first came in, completely terrified. Like, just not knowing any of what was going on. Wanted to hide. She was so skittish for so long. She had like zero instinct to protect her babies, only to run. And now she's just this gentle little creature. She even grabs with her mouth, but she won't close her mouth all the way. It's like puppy nibbles. She's so good. Bless you. You're so gentle. Now watch, one of these days she'll just really chomp me. But she's so gentle.
I shouldn't get you in the habit of playing with hands, but I love how gentle you are. And I want you to feel comfortable being yourself. If you get the belly. If you get the belly. Like, she's biting, but she's using soft mouth for the whole thing. It's really cool. Met cats that don't really care to do hands-on play. Met cats that do crazy hands-on play, i.e. Slavka. But I've never met a cat that does gentle hands-on play. Yeah, boogers. Yeah, boogers. So don't pick those during playtime. Okay. I'll rub your 6 white hairs on your chest. And your pretty lady. I do love having you here, I will say. I will say so, I do. I love you. Yes. I remember. Bless you. The raver hands come in handy for this one. Look at those titties. Look at those titties. Look at them. She actually looked. You're so silly. I love you, sweet mama. Yeah, see, she's all dusty. I need to vacuum. It's all dusty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Give Peeps some more smooches. Peeps some more smooches. Are you doing bath time or playtime? Oh, bath time. It's time to eat some ass. Time to eat some butt. Little Miss Man, what is going on with you and your tinkles? What is going on there? That was weird. Please, can we not go to the vet every day? Can we not go to the vet every day, please? You drank a bunch. We gotta fill you off. We gotta fill you off. Oh, the lover girl. The little lover girl. She's so cozy, cute. You need to be Inspector Gadget with the tripod again? You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Make sure it's safe and all good. Aw. You gonna make me give birth to you? She likes re-simulating the birthing process. Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy did that too. Is it like pheromones or something, even though I'm a human and not a cat? Like how Voya likes to sniff my dirty t-shirts? Because armpit smells? Like, I'm not stinky, but everyone has their own scent, their own musk, so to speak, you know? Let's fill up your bowls, girly. Bowls! Sure do play the duck matching game a lot on this show. Is irritating. It's the only part of the show I don't like. Otherwise, it's really cute. One of the main characters is a cat. It's a little kitty. It's a little kitty. Just like you're a little kitty. Welcome, space. Could just be a warm place. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Like, I'm not trying to tout off that I'm a stinky girl. I don't think I'm a stinky girl. I've never gotten any complaints. So either I'm not stinky or everyone else is just too kind to tell me. But I find it interesting. Because it's also like a nook, too. I mean, like, a leg is just a solid object. Like, that's a space to contain. It's the container store for kittens. I had a dream once when I was married to my ex-husband that I gave birth to a kitten. Specifically, like, a little baby monster. But that's not even the weird part of it. The weirdest part of the dream... I need PB for emotional support for this one. The weirdest part of the dream was I had an ultrasound before giving birth to said kitten. Well, I guess there was two really, really weird parts of it. The first one was for the ultrasound. All they did was put a camera on my belly button and looked inside of my belly button and saw a bright blue eye. So I'm now convinced that based on that, if I ever do spawn a child, my child will have blue eyes because I had that dream. And then the second really strange part of it was it was completely normal. I birthed a kitten holding in my arms like this in a hospital bed, like gowned and exhausted, etc. And it was normal. All of the doctors acted like it was normal. My ex-husband in my dream acted like it was normal. And in my head, I was like, oh my god, a baby, but like, it's a kitten. I was confused. Like, it wasn't completely normal. But everyone else treated it like it was normal. It was so weird. It was a very bizarre dream. The weirdest part though is like I'll never forget, it was so distinctly clear of like looking down at like my big belly and just seeing a blue eyeball looking out of my belly button. It was very strange. It was very strange. That was when I used to dream normally. I had very, very vivid and imaginative dreams when I used to dream normally. Dreams are so weird. Destined to be a cat mom even way back then. True. It's true. You're so cute. Did you do more boxy? Not yet. Okay. And I try not to overthink it, but pops into my head every once in a while. I'm like, wow, that was just really, really weird. You're just over there purring? Come here, peekaboo. Peekaboo. Hi. Do you want to stream? Oh. 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 We have enticed the baby. She's so calculated in her efforts. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. It was nice to hold little baby Munster again in a dream, though. Hi. It's just very strange, though. We never contemplated or even discussed having children because we were so young. So it's not like it was something that should have been heavily on my mind. We didn't have any baby cats then. Who did we have when I moved in here? It was Chong, Kid, Munster, and Bunny, and Pippi, and Loki. I think that was all of the kitties. Chong, Munster. No, Kid was after I moved in here. Kid was like 2015, no, 16, 17, something like that. So it was Chong, Munster, and Bunny. It started with 3. And now there are 3,000. You're so silly. So silly. Think there's some greater meaning to your dream or something along those lines? Yes and no. I truly believe that your dreams reflect your dreams can and tend to reflect your current situation and especially stressors. But as far as like having a premonitive greater meaning, like if I dreamed about money, then am I magically going to get $1 million the next day? Probably not. I don't think they're predicting the future in any way, but they're definitely reflecting a distorted version of reality when they're so positioned that way. You know, dreaming about getting chased by dinosaurs probably doesn't mean anything. But speaking as someone who has primarily night terrors now, I mean, my dreams don't mean anything, but they reflect a lot of anxieties and a lot of discomforts in life. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so silly. I think there's this one night terror that I have where I'm in my truck and I can't pack it full enough of everything, and I end up getting to my final destination and finally getting everything together, and you think that everything's going to be okay, and then I drive my truck into a lake and then I wake up. And I think that one stems from, even though I don't have my truck anymore, my truck was kind of unreliable. So I think that's where that came from, because I would get anxious every day driving it. Like, are you going to break down on me? Are you going to be okay? What's happening here? There's another one that I have where I get lost in this giant house. Like, it would be amazing for someone to recreate this space in like actual reality. Kind of like the Winchester house, sort of. So you walk like through the doors, there's the main entrance, the main floor. It's like a normal space. And then from room to room as you go, you discover more staircases that lead to different levels and different areas. And then you open certain doors in different rooms, and they're kind of Alice in Wonderlandy, where they're either bigger or smaller, and you have to crawl through strange spaces. And then there's basically a house within a house for all of those little spots. And that one I kind of ascertained to not really ever feeling at home here and everything that I've experienced here. Like I'm aware that I'm in a home, but I'm not sure where I need to be, and I keep trying to find something. And on a broader level, I think that refers to my life here. And then there's another one that I have, which is totally called for because traveling is stressful. I'm stuck in Vegas. I cannot pack my car fast enough. I cannot manage to find all of my things in the hotel, and I cannot get out to the main point of it is I need to get back to the zoo, but I can't pack fast enough. I can't get out of there fast enough, and I cannot find everything that I need. And then eventually, because I need to get to the zoo ends up as part of what I'm packing, and then everything is already full. And then I start stressing out about getting the zoo everywhere, and just, oh my goodness. It's a whole thing. Those are the 3 main ones that are like on repeat. There's a few like honorable mentions that pop up on maybe like a bi-weekly basis, but every night it is almost guaranteed that it is one of those 3 nightmares. Which they don't sound very night terror-y, but I am very scared in them and worried and concerned and frazzled and stressed, and I wake up and I'm generally having my heart race, if not breathing heavy, and it's a big feeling. It's a big feeling. Only ones you can remember are lucid dreams, which represent a certain level of consciousness. I don't think I've ever lucid dreamed. How would you describe that feeling? Your ex thought there was something wrong with you because you didn't remember your dreams? I mean, I feel like not many people remember their dreams unless you really focus on what it was the second you wake up and write it down. It's not common to remember your dreams unless they're particularly repetitive or traumatic. I don't think that's abnormal. I think dreams do make a bit of sense, but there's not really a premonitive quality to them. I will say, though, in a more rare night terror that I have that I won't go into detail about just because there's very personal things that are a part of it. Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy, before they were born, before they were here, before I had Void, and I haven't had the dream since, but before they came here, which I find very interesting, I had a dream where they were in, I ended up in like a basement kind of area, but it was the same as like the upstairs layout of my dad's house. It was kind of strange. And there was a bird cage with 3 kittens in it, 2 that were dark and 1 that was gray. And I don't remember all the particular details if they looked exactly alike or what, but it was 2 dark colored cats and or kittens and 1 lighter gray one. And they were in a bird cage. And I remember being overcome with the most anxiety that 1, I would forget that they were there and something would happen to them, and 2, that I didn't know where they could be because they were down there in the bird cage and I couldn't figure it out. So I did kind of see them in a dream before they existed, but also I'm surrounded by cats, so my brain inventing random cats is not like a strange thing. It's not uncalled for. I don't think I premonized it. I don't think I predicted it. But it was an interesting occurrence to have happened before. Dreams are very nonsensical, but I think they often point towards like whatever your current life circumstances or situations or anxieties are. Lucid dreaming is where you have some measure of control. Like if you're falling in a dream, you realize you're in a dream and able to fly. Oh, I've never lucid dreamed. I like that though. I like the idea of control. As a control freak, I want that. The Vegas traffic, the reality is you can't get out of there. I've been there in ages and I'm sure it hasn't gotten better. Yeah, I think I remember quite a bit of traffic leaving. When I arrived, it was about 10 a.m., so traffic wasn't bad. And we also stopped on like the outskirts of town for a while to get nails done, which I did not want to do. Not just because it was nails, but I had just driven 24 hours. I wanted to go to my fucking hotel, but it also wasn't check-in time yet. So we stopped to get nails done somewhere. But leaving, I do remember being stopped in traffic because I was able to take pictures of all the cool buildings that I wanted to take pictures of while we were going out. Probably has not gotten better though. Hi, baby girl. Although the ending is sad, I really did like the, I guess, personal challenge or experiment. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was a schizophrenic who went off of his meds, and he did a self-portrait a day until he ended up ultimately committing suicide. And the way they changed from like the beginning of being super realistic to the end of being super surrealistic, like unrecognizable as a self-portrait, just concepts of things, was incredible. The mind is a magical and mysterious thing. Dreaming is primarily a subconscious processing, so that might not seem to make sense. Your subconscious is influenced by your daily thoughts and perceptions. I would agree with that deeply. Like, I don't think dreams will ever often be as mirror imagey of real life as, I don't know, mine are pretty close to real life sometimes, but that's on trauma. but they're hyper unrealistic, imaginable versions, and it's kind of like putting a filter on reality, but like a really silly Snapchat filter, not just like an Instagram filter of like yassify me. It's like a silly Snapchat filter over whatever your feelings are, and then it comes out in your dreams. Comes out in your dreams. I used to have very vivid dreams when I would dream normally. I haven't dreamed normally in an extremely long time. Peekaboo. Peek. She's so cute and roly poly. You know, I don't think there's any like greater meaning to be drawn from dreams. Like, oh, if I remember this dream, there's this great discovery of the world and I will change everything. But it's some sort of or your mind can't sort through everything. It's spicy right now.
It's the walk of streamer shame. I get this plugged in on airplane mode for a little bit, and then I'll bring a charger with us to go down with Jeej. I like this tripod so far. It's gonna take some getting used to. Anything different always does. Gunther, you're very cute. You're very cute and cozy, my friend. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It is a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. It died. It said bloop. I like the new camera placements way better than going like this all the time. I'm not just trying to log in and have my camera say, hey. It's not how that's supposed to work. Actually, what kind of charger does this take? I think a C. I'm not going to plug it in now, but I'll plug it in before bed maybe if I remember. I just don't feel like running a core. I can do it anyway. You can do it. Be strong, be tough, be brave, Serena. Do I even have a C that long? What is this? Or an old iPhone charger. I don't think I have a C that I can reach that long, except the one that's over here. And that's charging my phone at the moment. Airplane mode, charge faster. Turn off service and Wi-Fi. I need to go to the phone store and have them reset my phone service because my calls keep cutting out, and I thought it was my phone just becoming obsolete, and that's maybe true, but hopefully lies. hopefully lies. But I do believe it is an issue with wherever it's whatever tower it's trying to ping to. It must have gotten reset at some point from not the most closest one. It keeps cutting out of my calls, or my phone won't even ring for a call. It'll just say call failed, call failed, call failed, call failed. And I tested it the other day by turning off the cellular service while I was home. Excuse me. And it worked just fine. But that happened when I bought this phone. It pinged to the too far away of tower, and it had like no service. I just had to take it back and have them reset the service. I think it's nice and stable. I like this. It's better. More fluid, so it's not clunking around. I don't know. I find it visually disruptive when I'm watching another streamer and they're clunking their camera around, not just moving it smoothly or as smooth as you can. And again, like, that's a tech issue. That's not a personal issue. But I find it visually disruptive. Kind of, I don't know, just like, why did you touch it in the first place is the first thing that I think of, which is rude. Like, people are allowed to adjust their cameras however they want. But it irks me. I try to keep in mind everything that irks me from other streams to apply to my own. Not everyone is me or feels the same way that I do, but it makes sense in my head. I don't think it has a SIM card. I think at this point it's SIM-less. I'm pretty sure. I think this is the first phone I've had that doesn't have a SIM card. No, it does not. Needs a new digital SIM, or whatever makes it do whatever it does. To meet Elvis in a dream? Unfortunately, no. I wish. That would be nice. I met my mom in a dream once, which was kind of weird. Back when I used to dream normally, it was like really bizarre, but really cool. So my dad's backyard used to be a 6-foot fence all around. And then there was a really big storm that knocked most of it over, and then it ended up being a shorter fence, and then no fence eventually. But about the size of my yard, like the first quarter acre, was fenced in with a 3-foot fence. So you could have the dogs or the child, me, like contained, or you could have the whole yard out there. It was a pretty cool, pretty neat setup. But after the big storm, it tapered down and then was shorter all around. And in my dream, it was still all big and tall. And it turned into like a pagoda style situation almost, with a door that didn't even exist within it. And she walked through, and it's like a bit personal what I was told, but it was very nice and sweet. And then I woke up like shortly after, like that was it. It was a very, very beautiful dream. I woke up and I told my dad about it, and he's like, yeah, I dream about her sometimes too. But like your brain can't invent people. So somewhere there is a core memory of like my infant eyes seeing this person, but it was very interesting. The SIM card was where they stored a lot of tower data. I need my tower data back. This phone probably has a SIM card thing, but I don't want to use that phone. Actually, considering I mostly just make phone calls with my phone, it would kind of make sense to switch the service from one to the other. I shall contemplate that. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Take 5, bro. Get a glass of water. You thirsty. Pseudo-run program. No feats for the wicked. Precisely. Precisely. That's the only dead person I've ever met in a dream, though. Not Elvis. I feel like meeting Elvis would make a lot of sense in a dream, just because you dream nonsensical things. I used to dream about getting chased around by dinosaurs. I used to dream that people would turn into dinosaurs. And then, depending on the type of dinosaur they would turn into, like if they turned into a velociraptor, I knew I was in trouble and I needed to run. But if they turned into like a stegosaurus, I could still keep chilling with that dinosaur as if it were still the person. Oh my goodness. Supposedly you don't actually see faces in dreams, you just know who you're speaking with. I see faces, but I also dream in third person. So I'm not looking through my eyes in any of my dreams. I'm looking, like if I'm still sitting in this chair, I'm like here in my dreams. Even though I'm pushing the chair. But if I were in Gunther's spot, I'm like here. I'm like 3 feet behind myself and 3 feet above my head. I'm in third person perspective in my dreams. I wonder how common that is too. Once it gets to like 25%, it should hold with a cord. I feel like a Stegosaurus would be a good friend. I love the dinosaurs. An RPG dreamer. Exactly. There's no being at the seat of the race car. You just look overhead for everything. I mean, not as high up as you are in an RPG, but definitely overhead. Like, I see myself and whoever I'm interacting with in my dream. I definitely see faces. There's probably no hard set rule to dreams. I mean, everyone's mind is unique and different and works in a different way and fires off neurons, but there's probably common trends of like most people experience this versus most people experience this. Do you guys dream in first person or third person? Do you have a narrator running all of your dreams like Arrested Development? Mm-hmm. An RPG dreamer. I like that. That sounds way cooler than saying I dream in third person. Well, oh, because you don't remember your dreams, you don't know. I'm sorry, that was rude. That was very rude. It's like saying, do you want a glass of milk and you're lactose intolerant? Whoops. My retort to that originally was going to be, well, think about when you dream next time. When you wake up, let me know. But if you don't remember your dreams, you can't do that. Now learned. I have learned myself today. I don't know, I wonder. We're consulting the experts. Far more common to dream in the first person's perspective. Studies indicate roughly 82% of dream experiences occur from this viewpoint. These dreams, you experience events directly through your own eyes, similar to waking life. Third person perspectives, watching yourself, are less common, often occurring when recalling memories or in specific, sometimes anxious scenarios. Well, there we go! I mean, I'm like still in control of my mind. I'm not just watching myself do things. Like, I'm acting it out. I'm just watching myself act it out simultaneously. It is common for dreams to shift between first person and third person, though. Often occurring when the dreamer feels detached or is processing events in a detached manner. Oh, dang. This is my therapist wrote this. It's like, this is a HIPAA violation. This is a HIPAA violation.
I remember when I got my first video game system. It was a Super Nintendo. My grandma got it for us for
And he
Christmas.
learned that he was an RPG dreamer
And I
too.
remember unpacking it that night.
That's
and
so much more smooth and
sitting
better.
and playing, and
I'm
I
not
played
finger
so
fucking
much.
finagle in it
And
forever.
down, my parents
Jesus.
told me time to go to bed, and I was like bleeding under my thumbnails because I was just like so.
I feel like studying dreams is like trying to study animal behavior.
obsessed. And
Like, it can be observed, but only to an extent. It can be researched, but only to an extent. But it's an interpersonal experience. Like, when we think about, like, oh, do dogs, do they see in color or black and white or shades of lavender or whatever it is? Like, we don't know because we can't see through their eyeballs. So I think it's fascinating that so many studies have been done on sleep and dreaming. But is it all entirely accurate, or is it all perceptive information versus factual information?
and I've loved video games my entire life since that point.
Dreams are like looking at surreal paintings. They can be.
37 now, so 3 decades of loving video games. I've always been most drawn to
16 subscribers. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
View type games, something like the Zelda series. But what I've always hated are the
Put something out there, and there's 16 random people in the world that happen to come across it and enjoy it and think it's consistently great. Like, that's pretty cool.
That view is the most claustrophobic feeling that I've ever had. And I'm playing
Like right now,
fun,
for whatever reason in the world,
claustrophobic and tight.
we have 17 people in here. And how did they even get here? Why?
When my Nintendo
Nobody
64
knows.
came out,
But we all managed to exist together beautifully, and I'm grateful for it.
we were arguing
Like, thank you for gracing me with your presence. That's really cool. Welcome to my bubble.
shooters were than all
Welcome to my
games.
little world.
And his explanation was that it feels just like you're dreaming. And that blew my mind. I had no idea up until that point that some people dreamed in the first person view. Because I never have. My entire life, I've dreamed in third person, where I'm seeing myself from some distant viewpoint just going through my dream. And I had no clue that that was something that other people were not experiencing. So yeah, that was a shock to me when I found out that some people dream in first person. I thought, boy, there's like a handful of...
I don't remember at what point I questioned it.
What must that be like? Then as I got older...
Somewhere in, like,
I
middle
realized
school
that
years,
I was
probably.
like, most people dream in first person, and not that many are doing what I do. So I went looking...
Oh, I love the light up brain activity studies. The MRI studies are certainly getting some quantifiable data from both sleep studies and dogs and their visual spectrum. That is true.
From a first-person perspective, that was 82% of their participants, compared to a third-person perspective.
You can see all the neurons and pathways light up and change. It's incredible.
If this study can be believed. So let's talk about the differences between these perspectives in the first place. So, first person is basically, you're seeing the world just as you do right now, through your eyeballs. You're looking out and seeing things. You're not seeing your own face or whatever.
I have to go for my next MRI in the beginning of April. I think April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't want to. I don't like
That's
MRIs.
first person view. Third person view, you're seeing yourself.
I'm not claustrophobic at first in them, but I get claustrophobic
Maybe back behind or something like that.
towards like the last third of it. And last time I started crying, like panicking while like trying to hold as still as possible. It was not good times. Gotta ask for something before I go into it again this time. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't want to do it.
You hear about third person.
I don't wanna.
You hear about second person. So I looked it up to see what even is second
I
person.
wish I could do an open MRI,
Is,
but they don't offer that where I go.
It's more like
Because I go to like a discount clinic.
you being told a story.
Because it's way cheaper than
So like a
regular.
shot of your own face.
Unless like you're at the
as
ER, then you don't really have a choice.
person. So it's kind
But
of
thankfully
like
I've not
third
had to have an MRI in the ER, only CTs.
You're more the star of the show, I guess, because you're looking directly into your own face.
I have a knot under
That
my
seems
shoulder
like a
blade.
nightmare. I'm I'm glad I don't dream
Can
that
feel
way
it.
because I don't want to see my own reaction all the time. I would like to see what's going on around me.
It's a big
The nice
knot.
thing about dreaming in third person is you get a much more full view of the
It's like a marble, but a
and that's
shooting
like
marble.
with the, like I said, 180-degree kind of
The
periphery. You're
big
seeing
fat marble.
everything. It's not quite a 360, but you're seeing yourself kind of in this.
I just feel like
crazy
I'm getting
world
into a
dreamed
space
up.
shuttle when I get
It's
into an
just
MRI
like,
machine.
It's more like watching a
It's
movie.
shaped similarly.
Or playing a great open world game like Breath of the Wild or something along those lines. You're seeing all kinds of stuff. It's great. I wouldn't have it any other way. So I've heard people say that third person dreaming and memories and all that stuff is a way of disassociating, and you're not really keyed in the same way if you're having those
Don't
kind
say
of
that.
experiences. And I disagree.
Don't expose me like
It's
that.
not like I have any
Okay.
sort of a scientific
Yeah, what's your
background or
disagreement,
anything
sir?
like that, but based on the fact that I've been dreaming this way my entire life, I feel like I'm actually seeing more of reality than most people do. Like, I've seen myself die in my dreams. Watching yourself die from a distance is like a kind of a weird grounding experience for you. You always hear people say when something crazy happens, I could never thought it would happen to me.
I would say that feeling is uncomfortable, but I usually wake up like right as it's happening or right after it happens, like that split second where the act would be complete. And then I like feel nothing. It's just like, oh, I'm alive, I'm awake, like everything's fine, it was just a dream. It's not very jarring. The jarring moments are when like you can't scream and you can't like run fast in your dreams. Everything goes slower because your body is telling you not to physically do that like while you're asleep, so you're not going in your sleep, but to the world you're not getting up out of bed and running like a maniac. That's why you get slowed down and muted in dreams, as your body is overcompensating to keep you still and as quiet as possible. Although I do like shout and talk in my dreams, but still that's besides the point. But that's even scarier, I think, is like the seeing yourself not be able to move fast and not be able to like escape adequately. Like that's very anxiety inducing.
Inside of yourself because you're seeing yourself. But I think it's kind of grounding in the sense that you realize the whole world doesn't revolve around you. You're in this.
Like when I crash my truck and sink, I just wake up.
And it doesn't matter, what your narrow tunnel vision view is. There's a whole world happening that doesn't revolve around you, and I think that's good to remember, whether you're sleeping or awake. Or
Yeah,
both.
that's a good point.
It's not all fun and games. So like I mentioned, I've seen myself die in dreams. So the risk of watching yourself is you might see some really weird stuff happen to you, and you just have to be okay with that. One other interesting thing, so I've got 3 kids, and they're all like me to varying degrees, but one of my daughters has like my mind basically copy and pasted, and I recently found out that she's the only one.
No, I crashed my truck into a lake, and then it sinks. I end up at a campground or like an area similar to the campground that we used to go to when I was younger. And there's a lake where there never was a lake, and I assume that I'm on a straight path, and then suddenly I'm driving into the lake, and then I wake up. That's always the end of the dream. Always.
We found out talking to.
It started off with crashing my car,
How do you dream?
like driving my car into it.
Same exact thing. She's
And then
never
once I
had
drove my
first-person
truck more
dreaming as she
regularly,
remembers.
it became my truck.
She's only ever experienced the third-person dreaming like I do. That's super weird. I don't know if it's a genetic thing or if it's just.
I think that part is just simply vehicle anxiety, though. I haven't dreamt about my current car because it really hasn't broken down on me. It's an interesting perspective. But my car used to be pretty unreliable, and my truck too. Not constantly unreliable, but like good every 2 weeks you run into a problem that needs a solution. No, not into the sink. Just imagine like a giant kitchen sink basin. No, it's a lake, but I would assume it sinks. I don't know. As soon as the nose of the vehicle goes in and everything comes up to like the driver's door, then I wake up. Like, that's as far as I get into it. I'm never fully submerged and still in my dream. Actually makes quite a bit of sense. It's vehicle anxiety. The vehicle is failing, just not the way it would IRL. Alright, we should have enough battery to plug and go from here. Leave it while I get another cord. And do story time with Miss Jeej. I did get some apes. I'm gonna leave the light upstairs. Because they only got one USB to plug into. I need to restock my USBs. I am running out of phone chargers. Running out of Go chargers. I had a surplus of USB-Cs at one point in time in my life, and not anymore. Not anymore. The one good one that's like super long is in Tank's room. That doesn't go that way. I had it conceptually, just not physically correct the first time. I'm liking this song. Karma by Ariadne. Ariadne. Ariadne? I don't know about that one. I don't think being smart is about intelligence, because intelligence is a spectrum. But it's about being willing to learn. Oh, airplane mode. Hee hee. Like, why isn't this working? I was an F student. But I'm willing to learn about things that I find interesting. I just didn't find school very interesting. Oh, we're still connected. You just saw all my funny faces. The best angle there ever was. Right there. Means we're echoing like a motherfucker. Blurp. Much better. Much better. Gunther looks so cute and royal on that chair. This fancy little ergonomic butt pillow. Charging. Curl the other way cord. There you go. Good cord. Well-behaved cord. There you go, cutie pants. Grab my water and our stuff. She was a Greek mythology name. Oh. Something to do with the Minotaur and maze and stuff. Remember that story. It's fascinating. Let me rephrase that. I vaguely remember that story. I think most kids go through like a obsessed with mythology era, and I definitely did. I don't know if most kids do, but I went through it. My niece and nephew did. And that's 3 kids right there. That's enough for me to say I'm statistically proving this. For you, big stretch. Big stretch. Big curly noodle. I'm so cute. Why is him so cute? He's just a baby sea otter. Like how the sea otters float in kelp. He's just a baby sea otter.
Little baby sea otter. My baby lump. My baby lump. Oh, big stretchies. Big stretch. Big stretchies. You had a mythology course? They didn't have that at my school. That would have been cool. Like, we went through a little bit of it in my creative writing class, and then a few different myth stories within, I don't know which language arts class, but one of them. But we never had something that focused on it, like, directly. That would have been so cool. Oh, I'm jelly. I'm jelly. Draw me a Medusa space. Draw me as Medusa. But like Medusa the pot dealer. Oh my god, I muted my own volume instead of my mic. Sorry, you guys just heard me hack my lungs out. He is a little tiger. He's actually a snow leopard. Thank you very much. My little snow leopard. He has gotten darker with age. That's so interesting. Now see, I'm rethinking this one. Medusa the stoner, to where, you know, like my hair is made of snakes, but they're all just holding little joints in their mouth, like a dog with a bone, and then dispersing them where they need to be dispersed to. That's how that actually works. Instead of like hissing, I'm blowing smoke out of my mouth. I got you beat, Scoozy. I'm stroking it with all 4 hands, all 5 hands, all 6 hands. Beat that while you're beating it. I've outbeat your beatings. Yeah, instead of stoning people, I get them stoned. I'm a Medusa for the people. Reformed. Reborn, if you will. Boy is like, yes, I like this. My mom is good. She's not evil. She's not evil. Whatever. You guys are funny. I know, he's so beautiful. He's so beautiful. It's like the same way we were holding Petey earlier, but he's giant. So you're a liar. How are you stroking it with both hands if you're typing? Do you have a Doc Ock suit on? Love you, Bubbaloo. I love you, Bubbaloo. Do, 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 do. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Well, the force is back in balance. The battery is gonna run out of battery. We gotta zoom. We gotta zoom. Zoom, zoom. How fast you should go is however fast it takes you to sub to my OF. That is the proper speed. That is the only right answer. Gah. Gotta speed read indeed. Like 27% battery and a dying charger. It's good stuff. It's pretty on point. Pretty on brand. When people ask me what kind of streamer I am, refer them to this moment. This moment precisely. Into the darkness. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl. Hi, mamas. I gotta grab your yummies. I gotta grab your yummies. She was playing with her tail last night on camera. So I took the bed out of here and I put some toys in here. And hopefully she likes that. Hopefully, ideally. Ideally. That would be nice. Blurp, blurp. Blurp. And grab her munchies. And then low and slow start. Low and slow DJ hour. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I love you, Ginge. I love you, mommy, mommy. Get your yummy munchies. Hey, Gigi. You guys magically teleport back to the boys' room. It means my phone died again. I don't think it'll happen soon-ish, but later-ish probably. Depending on how long it takes me to fiddle around. You didn't eat much of your food earlier, sis. Okay. Let's get your churro. Probably because I changed how things are in here. She's sensitive. She's a sensitive girly. She's a sensitive girly. No astral projection yet. Secretly, you guys all just desire being in the stream room. Hey, girlfriend. Hey, girlfriend. How you doing, Mama Bear? How you doing? We got some churro. We got some churro. Yummy, yummy, mama. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. I think I might need to take Gigi in for a checkup too. I'm gonna wait and see what I discover in the morning, but she pees like 3 times more than a normal cat. Cleaning her litter box is like cleaning one of the regular zoo litter boxes. It's like the same volume and amount. I'm a little bit worried. I wonder if when we did blood work for her, if we checked her glucose, which if she's diabetic, there's no way we can get injections into her, but I'm a little worried. She has wet food, so obviously she gets moisture, but she barely drinks. Yet she pees so much. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Oh, the mad Topher, you've gone to bed, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the Stream of Dreams project. Thank you for being the awesome human that you are. You happen to look past upon this VOD. Otherwise, I will repeat my words. Tomorrow's are the next ones, are the next ones, are the next ones. Thank you. I'm gonna doodle up on the board when we get upstairs. Belong in the stream room. It's where the stream is. Okay, that's a good point. That's a fair point. I accept it. I accept it. I see the CACC toggle, and tomorrow we'll be finishing Pippi's haircut and looking around on their site to see who we might be meeting tomorrow. For Pippi's new little man friend, her new little boyfriend. I'm a little bit nervous, and I've never been nervous adopting before, but I guess I'm just nervous to upset her or like hurt her feelings. I don't know. I think it'll be okay. It's all up to her whether she loves another or not. And we'll see. We'll see. This one's not about me. It's just not. Chapter 24. Silently, Erikar coasted through the cold darkness, a single soft glow of light that was utterly alone in the deep Magrathian night. It sped swiftly. Arthur's companion seemed sunk in his own thoughts, and then Arthur tried on a couple of occasions to engage him in conversation. Again, he would simply reply by asking if he was comfortable enough, and then left it at that. Arthur tried to gauge the speed at which they were traveling, and the blackness outside was absolute, and he was denied any reference points. The sense of motion was so soft and slight he could almost believe they were hardly moving at all. Then a tiny glow of light appeared in the far distance, and within seconds had grown so much in size that Arthur realized it was traveling around them toward them at a colossal speed, and he tried to make out what sort of craft it might be. He peered at it, but was unable to discern any clear shape, and suddenly gasped in alarm as the air car dipped sharply and headed downward in what seemed almost certain to be a collision course. The relative velocity seemed unbelievable, and Arthur hardly had time to draw a breath before it was all over. The next thing he was aware of was an insane silver blur that seemed to surround him. He twisted his head sharply around and saw a small black point dwindling rapidly in the distance behind them. It took him several seconds to realize what had happened. They had plunged into a tunnel in the ground. The colossal speed which had been their own, relative to the glow of light which had been a stationary hole in the ground, the mouth of the tunnel. The insane blur of silver was the circular wall of the tunnel down which they were shooting, apparently at several hundred miles an hour. That's fast. He closed his eyes in terror. After a length of time he made no attempt to judge. He sensed a slight subsidence in their speed, and a while later became aware that they were gradually gliding to a gentle halt. He opened his eyes again. They were still in the silver tunnel, threading and weaving their way through what appeared to be a crisscross of worn, converging tunnels. When they finally stopped, it was a small chamber of curved steel. Several tunnels also had their termini here, and at the far end of the chamber, Arthur could see a circle of dimly irritating light. It was irritating because it played tricks on the eyes. It was almost impossible to focus on it properly or tell how near or far it was. Arthur guessed, quite wrongly, that it might be ultraviolet. Slartibartfast. His name is hard to say. Slartibartfast. Slartibartfast turned and regarded Arthur with his solemn old eyes. Earthman, he said, we are now deep in the heart of Magrathia. How did you know I was an Earthman? Demanded Arthur. These things will become clear to you, said the old man gently. At least, he added with a slight doubt in his voice, clearer than they are at the moment. He continued, I should warn you that this chamber we are about to pass does not literally exist within our planet. It is a little too large. We are about to pass through a gateway into the vast tract of hyperspace. It may disturb you. Arthur made nervous noises. Slartibartfast touched a button and added, not even entirely reassuringly, it scares the willies out of me. Hold tight. He touched a button and added, oh, we already added what he added. The car shot forward into the street. Car shot forward straight into the circle of light, and suddenly Arthur had a fairly clear idea of what infinity looked like. It was not infinity, in fact. Infinity itself looks flat and uninteresting. Looking up at the night sky is looking up into infinity. Distance is incomprehensible, and therefore meaningless. The chamber into which the air car emerged was anything but infinite. It was just very, very big, so big that it gave the impression of infinity far better than infinity itself. Arthur's senses bobbed and spun. As traveling the immense speed he knew the air car attained, they climbed slowly through the open air, leaving the gateway which they had passed an invisible pinprick in the shimmering wall behind them. The wall. The wall defied the imagination, seduced it and defeated it. The wall was so paralyzingly vast and sheer that its top, bottom, and sides passed away beyond the reach of sight. A mere shock of vertigo could kill a man. The wall appeared perfectly flat. It would take the finest laser measuring equipment to detect it as it climbed, apparently to infinity. As it dropped dizzily away and planed to either side, it also curved. It met itself again 13 light seconds later away. In the other words, the wall was formed inside of a hollow sphere, a sphere that over 3 million miles across and flooded with unimaginable life. Voice, I'm back. It really does paint a picture with repetition. It's a very unique writing style, and I could not duplicate it, and I respect it. Welcome, said Slartibartfast, fast, as the tiny speck was the air car, traveling now at 3 times the speed of sound, crept imperceptibly forward into the mind-boggling space. Welcome, he said, to our factory floor. Arthur stared about him in some kind of wonderful horror. Ranged away before them, at all distances, he could neither judge or even guess at, were a series of curious suspensions, delicate traceries of metal and light hung in shadowy spherical shapes that hung in space. This, said Slartibartfast, fast, is where we make most of our planets, you see. You mean, said Arthur, trying to form the words, you mean you're starting it up all now again? Oh, no, good heavens, no, exclaimed the old man. No, the galaxy nearly isn't rich enough to support us yet. No, we've been awakened to perform just one extraordinary commission for very special clients from another dimension. It may interest you. They are the distance in front of us. Arthur followed the old man's finger till he was able to pick out the floating structure he was pointing at. It was indeed one of the many structures that betrayed any sign of activity about it, though this was more a subliminal impression than anything one could put one's finger on. That moment, however, a flash of light arced through the structure and revealed in stark relief the patterns that were formed on the dark sphere within. Patterns that Arthur knew. Rough, blobby shapes that were familiar to him as shapes of words, parts of furniture in his mind. For a few seconds he sat in stunned silence as the images rushed around his mind, and tried to find somewhere to settle down and make sense. Part of his brain told him he knew perfectly well what he was looking at and what the shapes represented, while another quite sensibly refused to countenance the idea, then the abdicated responsibility for any further thinking in that direction. The flash came again, and this time there could be no doubt. The Earth, whispered Arthur. Well, the Earth Mark II, in fact, said Slartibartfast cheerfully. We're making a copy from our original blueprints. There was a pause. Are you trying to tell me, said Arthur slowly and made with control, that you originally made the Earth? Oh, yes, said Slartibartfast. Did you ever go to the place, I think it was called Norway? No, said Arthur. No, I didn't. Pity, said Slartibartfast. That was one of mine. Won an award, you know. Lovely crinkle edges. I was most upset to hear of its destruction. You were upset? Yes. 5 minutes later, and it wouldn't have mattered so much. It was quite a shocking cock-up. Huh? Said Arthur. The mice were furious. The mice were furious? Oh, yes, said the old man mildly. Yes, well, so I expect were the dogs and cats and the duck-billed platypuses, but they hadn't paid for it, you see, had they? Look, said Arthur, would it save you a lot of time if I just gave up and went mad now? For a while the air car flew on in awkward silence. Then the old man tried patiently to explain. Earthman, The planet you lived on was commissioned, paid for, and run by mice. It was destroyed 5 minutes before the completion of the purpose for which it was built, and we've got to build another one. Only one word was registering with Arthur. Mice? He said. Indeed, Earthman. Look, sorry, are we talking about those little white furry things with the cheese fixation and women standing on tables screaming in early 60s sitcoms? Slartibartfast fast coughed politely. Earthman, he said, it's sometimes hard to follow your mode of speech. Remember, I have been asleep inside this planet of Magrathia for 5 million years, and know little of these early 60s sitcoms of which you speak. The creatures you call mice. You see, they are not quite as they appear. They are merely the protrusion of our dimension into vast, hyper-intelligent, pan-dimensional beings. The whole business with the cheese and the squeaking is just a front. The old man paused, and with a sympathetic frown continued, They've been experimenting on you, I'm afraid. Arthur thought about this for a second, and then his face cleared. No, he said. I see the source of the misunderstanding now. No, look, what you see happened was we used to do experiments on them. They all were often used in behavioral research, Pavlov and all that sort of stuff. So what happened was the mice would be set in all sorts of tests, learning to ring bells, run around mazes, and things so that the whole nature of the learning process could be examined. From our observations of their behavior, we were able to learn all sorts of things on our own. Arthur's voice trailed off. Such subtlety, said Slartibart fast. One has to admire it. What? Said Arthur. How better to disguise their real natures, and how better to guide your thinking. Suddenly running down the maze the wrong way, eating the wrong bit of cheese, unexpectedly dropping dead of myxomatosis. If it finally calculated, the cumulative effect is enormous. He paused for effort. For effect. You see, Earthman, these are particularly clever, hyper-intelligent, pan-dimensional beings. Your planet and people have formed the matrix of an organic computer running a 10 million-year research program. Let me tell you the whole story. It'll take a little time. Time, said Arthur weakly. It's not currently one of my problems. It's low and slow story time hour. Welcome, Regent. Hope you're having a nice night so far. Low and slow story time hour. Will Gigi come out for the churro? Hello, Babu. Or will she just look at me mad? I don't know. I don't know. But about to be sick, I shall be, and I will be it would help to unmute. If it sounds like we're underwater or like robot-y, can someone let me know? Because it means my phone is about to die. And then it's about to crash, and that does not really conducive for story time. Chapter 25. 25. There are, of course, many problems connected with life, of which some are the most popular are why are people born? Why do they die? Why do they want to spend so much of their intervening time wearing digital watches? Oh, my watch is on the charger. It held its own last time until just about the very end, apparently. Many millions of years ago, a race of hyper-intelligent pair-dimensional beings whose physical manifestation in their own pan-dimensional universe is not dissimilar to our own, got so fed up with the constant bickering of the meaning of life, which used to interrupt their favorite pastime at Brocchian Ultra Cricket, a curious game which involved suddenly hitting people for no readily apparent reason, then running away. So that's what Slavka does all day, besides when she's playing with Tank like right now. Slavka plays Brocchian Ultra Cricket. I've now found the method to her madness. And decided to sit down and solve all their problems once and for all. And by the end, they built themselves a stupendous supercomputer, which was so amazingly intelligent that even before databanks had been connected, it started with, "I think, therefore I am," and got as far as deducing the existence of rice pudding and income tax before anyone managed to turn it off. It was the size of a small city. Its main console was installed in a specially designed executive office, mounted on an enormous executive desk of the finest ultra mahogany, topped with rich ultra red leather. Its dark carpeting was discreetly sumptuous, exotic pot plants, and tastefully engraved imprints of the principal computer programmers and their families were deployed liberally around the room, and stately windows looked out upon a tree-lined public square. On the first day of the great turning on, two soberly dressed programmers with briefcases arrived and were shown discreetly into the office. They were aware that this day would represent their entire race in its greatest moment, but they conducted themselves calmly and quietly as they seated themselves deferentially before the desk, opened their briefcases, and took out their leather-bound notebooks. Their names were Lunquill and Fook. For a few moments they sat in respectful silence. Then, after exchanging a quiet glance with Fook, Lunquill leaned forward and touched a small black panel. The subtlest of hums was indicated that the massive computer was now in total active mode. After a pause, it spoke to them in a rich, resonant, and deep tone. It said, "What is this great task? For I, which Deep Thought, the second greatest computer in the universe of time and space, have been called into existence." Lunkwell and Fook glanced at each other in surprise. "Your task, O computer," began Fook. "No, wait a minute, this isn't right," said Lunkwell, worried. "We distinctly designed this computer to be the greatest one ever, and we're not making do with the second best. Deep Thought," he addressed the computer, "are you not, as we designed you to be, the greatest, most powerful computer of all time?" "I described myself as the second greatest," intoned Deep Thought, "and such I am." Another worried look passed between the two programmers. Lunkwell cleared his throat. "There must be some mistake," he said. "Are you not a greater computer than the Milliard Gargantubrain at Mexamagalon, which can still count all the atoms in a star in a millisecond?" "The Million Gargantubrain?" said Deep Thought with unconcealed contempt. "A mere abacus. Mention it not." "Burn." "Are you not," said Fook, leaning anxiously forward, "a greater analyst from the Googleplex Star Thinker in the seventh galaxy of light and ingenuity, which can calculate the trajectory of every single dust particle throughout a 5-week Dangrabad beta sand blizzard?" 5 week sand blizzard," said Deep Thought haughtily. "You ask this of me, who have contemplated the very vectors of the atoms and the Big Bang itself. Molest me not with this pocket calculator stuff." The two programmers sat in uncomfortable silence for a moment, Then Lunkwell leaned forward again. But are you not, he said, a more fiendish disputant than the great hyperbolic omnicognate neutron wrangler of Cicerionicus 12 and the magic and the infatigable? The great hyperbolic guy, that guy. The wrangler, said Deep Thought, thoroughly rolling the R's, could talk all four legs off an Arcturian mega-donkey, but I could only persuade it to go for a walk afterward. Then what, asked Fook, is the problem? There is no problem, said Deep Thought, with magnificent ringing tones. I am simply the second greatest computer in the universe of time and space. But the second, insisted Lunkwell. Why do you keep saying the second? Surely you're not thinking of the multicorticoid perspecutron Titan molar, are you? Or the ponderamic, or the... Contemptuous lights flashed across the computer's console. I spare not a single unit of thought for these cybernetic simpletons, he boomed. I speak none of the computer that is to come after me. Fook was losing patience. He pushed his notebook aside and muttered, I think this one is getting needlessly messianistic. Messianic? Messianic. You know nothing of future time, pronounced Deep Thought. And yet in my teeming circuitry, I can navigate the infinite delta streams of future probability and see that there must one day come a computer whose merest operational parameters I am not worthy to calculate, but which will be my fate to eventually design. Fook sighed heavily and glanced across to Lunkwell. Can we get on and ask the question, he said. Lunkwell motioned him to wait. What computer is this of which you speak? He asked. I will speak no further in this present time, said Deep Thought. Now, ask else of me what you will that I may function. Speak. They shrugged at each other. Fook composed himself. O Deep Thought computer, he said, the task we have designed you to perform is this. We want you to tell us. He paused. The answer. The answer, said Deep Thought. The answer to what? Life, urged Fook. The universe, said Lunkwell. Everything, they said in chorus. Deep Thought paused for a moment's reflection. Tricky, he said finally. But can you do it? Again, a significant pause. Yes, said Deep Thought, I can do it. There's an answer, said Fook with breathless excitement. A simple answer, added Lunkwell. Yes, said Deep Thought. Life, the universe, and everything. There is an answer. But, he added, I'll have to think about it. A sudden commotion destroyed the moment. The door flew open and two angry men wearing the coarse faded blue robes and the belts of the Cruxwan University burst into the room, thrusting aside the ineffectual flunky who had tried to bar their way. We demand admission, shouted the younger of the men, elbowing a pretty young secretary in the throat. It's not nice. Come on, shouted the older one. You can't keep us out. He pushed the junior programmer back through the door. We demand that you can't keep us out, bawled the younger one, though he was now firmly inside of the room, and no further attempts were being made to stop him. Who are you? Said Lunkwell, rising angrily from his seat. What do you want? I am Magic Thice, announced the older one, and I demand that I am Broom Fondle, shouted the younger one. Magic Thice turned on Vroom Throttle. It's all right, he explained angrily. You don't need to demand that. All right, bawled Vroom Fondle, banging on a nearby desk. I am Vroom Fondle, and that is not a demand, that is a solid fact. What we demand is solid facts. No, we don't, explained Magic Thice in irritation. That is precisely what we don't demand. Scarcely pausing for breath, Vroom Fondle shouted, We don't demand solid facts. What we demand is a total absence of solid facts. I demand that I may or may not be Vroom Fondle. But what the devil are you? Exclaimed an outraged Fook. We, Magic Thice, are philosophers. Though we may not be, said Vroom Fondle, waving a warned finger at the programmers. Yes, we are, insisted Magic Thice. We are much definitely here as Lord. We are quite definitely here as representatives of the ammo. This is the worst chapter to read at this moment in time. There are a lot of letters in these names and places and concepts. There's a lot. There's a lot. A mere abacus. Oh my goodness. We're giving this our best go here. We are quite definitely here as the representatives of the amalgamated union of philosophers, sages, and luminaries, and other thinking parents, and we want this machine off, and we want it off now. What is the problem? Said Lunkwell. I'll tell you what the problem is, mate, said Magic Thief. To turn demarcation, that's the problem. We demand, yelled Vroomfraddle, that the demarcation may or may not be the problem. You just let these machines get on with the adding up, warned Magic Thief, and then we'll take care of the eternal veridices. Thank you very much. You want to check your legal position, you do, mate. Under the quest for ultimate truth is quite clearly in the inalienable prerogative of your working thinkers. Any bloody machine goes and actually finds it. We're straight out of the job, aren't we? I mean, what's the use of sitting up half the night arguing that there may or may not be a God if this machine only goes and gives you his bleeding phone number in the next morning? That's right, shouted Vroomfondle. We demand rigidly defined areas of doubt and uncertainty. Suddenly, a stentorian voice boomed across the room. Might I make an observation at this point? Inquired Deep Thought. We'll go on strike, yelled Vroomfondle. That's right, agreed Magic Thief. You'll have a national philosopher's strike on your hands. The hum level in the room suddenly increased as several ancillary bass driver units, mounted and sedately carved in the varnished cabinet speakers around the room, cut in to give Deep Thought's voice a little more power. All I wanted to say, bellowed the computer, is that my circuit's now irrevocably committed to calculating the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. He paused and satisfied himself now that he had everyone's attention before continuing more quietly. But the program will take me a little while to run. Fook glanced impatiently at his watch. How long? He said. 7.5 million years, said Deep Thought. Lunkwell and Fook blinked at each other. 7.5 million years? They cried in chorus. Yes, declaimed Deep Thought. I thought I'd have to think about it, didn't I? And it occurs to me that running a program like this is bound to create an enormous amount of popular publicity for the whole area of philosophy in general. Everyone's going to have their own theories about what answer I'm eventually going to come up with, and who better to capitalize on that media market than yourselves? So long as you can keep disagreeing with each other violently enough, and malalign each other to the popular press, and so long as you have clever agents, you can keep yourselves in the gravy train for life. How does that sound? The two philosophers gaped at him. Bloody hell, said Magic Thief. Now that is what I call thinking. Here, Vroomfondle. What do we do? Why do we never think of things like that? Dunno, said Vroomfondle in an awed whisper. Think our brains must be too highly trained, Magic Thief. So saying, they turned on their heels and walked out of the door into a lifestyle beyond their wildest dreams. I can't really make words anymore. And I think a bit swollen on either side over here. That was very mushmouthy. It was hard enough to actually figure out what the crazy words are, let alone to like contort my mouth to try to say them. That was challenge round. It was very challenge round. Alright, cheese, are you ready for your munchies? Are you ready for your munchies? It's not a very low and slow DJ voice. Are you ready for your munchies? Are you ready for your munchies? I love you, sweet girl. Hello, hello, hello. Ow. Like a cramp in my throat or something. I have no idea what just happened. I've never felt that feeling before in my life. It was a new one. Alright, we're back on the gabapentin, Gigi. We can do it. Even for the most professional reader, it had to have been a challenge. It's almost like reading in a completely different language because it's just outlandish words that you would never consider. Even like simple names like Ford Prefect. That's still not something that commonly would roll off the tongue, either of them. There we go, sweet girl. You got your yummies, you got your drinkies, you got your churros. I left my water upstairs when I got sick. So it's somewhere. Somewhere. It's in somewhere land. I do not know how I will carry this tripod and our thing, so I'm going to take us and her garbage stuff, and then I will come back for us. I have no idea this will die in the meantime. Can't see battery status at this the way it's set up. Hey, good night, Miss Gigi. We love you, sissy Lala girl. Always love, girl. Mr. Tank. You guys are silly. I think they both just get antsy at mealtime. Bloop, 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 bloop. I have the cord for the camera down here balanced over the top of the door. And it makes it a very precarious don't touch anything motion. We made it. We made it back up. Up, up, and away. Up, up, and away. Aw. The girlies be chillin'. Phoebe be chillin'. Chillin' on her chair. And so cute and silly. Charlie's lining up for dinner. Hello, Miss Pippi. We love you. Trying our new harness on her today and making sure it's comfy for like long-term wear. I like the old one better, but this one is fine. And it's not like I could switch this one with my dad for Sylvester. Because this one doesn't have a clip in the front. It's just Velcro. Which I kind of also don't like, but it's not like she's going to be out of control. Bless you. So it's okay. But Sylvester needs one that clips. Sylvester is a silly, silly big boy. I mean, this is sink water,
But when I drink bottled water, I drink 1 bottle of electrolyte water every day. Otherwise, my body really doesn't function properly. Chronic illness, girly things. I feel significantly more unwell if I don't. But I also try to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Hence the bottle gets filled up with sink water. Mr. Gunther, you're going to say cozy goodnight with us. You're adorable. You're adorable and comfy and cozy and sweet and boys fishing around for food. Hee hee hee. That is going to be our night for tonight, Club Colt. Thank you all for being here and running around the house with me like a silly goose. I appreciate you all very much. Gunther does too. He's enjoyed watching the show with you all. He's enjoyed watching the chaos. I appreciate you, Bubs, very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your company. Thank you for your support. Very, very much so. Oh, I gotta update the board. Board, then bed. We have hit double digits on our TNR goal. Yeah, baby. Don't look at the menu. I didn't update it for today. I did not. Thank you. I hope you get some good EPs tonight too. Very rarely I'm dreamless. I just have the dreams that I do, and it is what it is. Feels weird calling them night terrors anymore because they don't really upset me like they used to. Like years ago, they upset me deeply for a good chunk of years, and now they just don't anymore. I'm used to it. It's run of the mill, so it doesn't really matter either way. But occasionally, there's a new one, so I appreciate the wish for dreamless eeps. It'll keep away any of the new ones, at least, maybe. I hope you guys get some good sleep tonight, too. It's the start to the week. Let's make it a good one. Be very productive this week. We'll look at some puppies tomorrow and hang out with Miss Pippies tomorrow. The Pippies and the puppies. I'm excited. I mean, not tomorrow, soon. Knock on wood, turn around 3 times in my head, throw salt. Now we're unjinxed. But then I re-jinxed it by saying that, so we have to knock on wood 1 more time, right? Thank you all for your time, thank you for your chats, thank you for your company, and thank you for your support. Oso mucho. Thank you for your time more than anything. Your time is very valuable. There's this finite structure that you only get so much of to do whatever in the world that you want. It's not free, you can't make more of it, just is what it is. And when you're able to spend it here, I am honored, I am humbled, and I am thrilled. Thank you very much. Thank you. Whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, wonderful, and marvelous. And I'm oh so grateful. If you bebs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, sketch for when I will see you bebs next, and thank you all again for being a part of the stream, the Dreams Project. Unless PB needs me tonight, I am so excited to sprawl with Voya like that. We gotta start running bets whenever I do sleep streams of who's whether Voya's gonna come snuggle or not. Either he's the snuggliest beast in the world, or he's like the guard cat, my little gargoyle on the floor. We have to start running a pool. I don't know what I would offer for winnings, or what the consequence for losses would be. I haven't figured it out that far, but conceptually, I enjoy this. Or how long will Zeke snuggle for? Or how long will Gunther stay in one crook of my legs versus the other crook of my legs? When will my mouth be open? There are so many opportunities here. It's endless. It's magnificent. Patrick sleepy on Twitch? I thought I would toggle everything. Oh, he is sleepy on Twitch tonight. Okay. I mean, that's a choice, man. That's a choice. Now we can't sleep stream tonight. We did last night. We can't tonight. I have to be up at the crack of the early morning, which is in just a few hours. Do me one favor until I see you Bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, oh so kind, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation. I don't want to sit on Gunther. Wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. We wish you the most wonderful eepies and munchies and crunchies, and hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their night and week. Make good choices. Don't do anything I or Voya wouldn't do, or especially not Gunther, because Gunther is a very, very distinguished gentleman with high moral standards. So let's all aspire to be like Gunther this week. I think that's a solid goal to work towards. I shall see you, Bevs, for the next one. But until then, enjoy yourselves. Thank you for a lovely evening.